Hi, Jane. Hi, Jane. You're muted.
Thank you. I'm going to see if I can change my background. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
How are you?
Good.
I'm going to go off for a minute and find something.
Me too. Bye.
I'm waiting for a few people here, I guess. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank
Yep. Yep, I can hear you.
you.
Morning, Senator. I don't think, can you hear me?
Very good. I think most of you are here. I will begin. Good morning. My name is Susan DeChambeau, and I serve as the Senate Chair of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee, and I represent the communities of Biddeford, Kennebunkport, Arundel, Dayton, Lyman, and Alfred in the Maine Senate. Today's briefing of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee will focus on a recent incidents that took place at the Long Creek Youth Development Center in South Portland and have been widely reported on in the news. The committee will hear from and have the opportunity to question Commissioner Randall Liberty of the Department of Corrections and Anna Black of the Department of Corrections also, and Atlee Riley from the Disability Rights Maine, and Mark Sola from the Center for Children's Law and Policy. Members of the public can listen to today's meeting through the Maine Legislature's website or watch it live on the Maine Legislature's YouTube channel. Before we begin today's meeting, I want to acknowledge that the alleged incidents that are deeply concerning and have understandably elicited strong responses from many people. However, as the legislature's Committee of Jurisdiction over the Department of Corrections, this committee has a responsibility to conduct a fair, transparent, and independent fact-finding meeting. It's what we owe the people of Maine. Our job is to listen, ask questions, and get answers. It's the only way to find out what exactly happened and why it happened, and what steps are now being taken to ensure that it won't happen again. So with that, we have a full agenda, and I look forward to working with my House co-chair, Representative Warren, and the members of the committee to facilitate a thoughtful fact-finding meeting. I will explain that after each presenter, committee members will have the opportunity to ask one question and a follow-up. And this is so all members can have at least that first one question. And afterwards, any member may raise their hand and continue asking questions. I will then call upon any member who requests for follow-up questions in the order of raising your hand. Yes, that's it. Some responses to questions may require the presenter to forward to us data and documents. So if you ask a question and they're unable to answer, and they will provide that later on, following the meeting, we will get those. We will then end the meeting. Upon receipt of the data, surveys, or documents, we can then determine the next steps for the committee as a whole. I trust this helps all of you to proceed with today's agenda. And for that, we would begin with Commissioner Randall Liberty, who will present and speak to us of what happened on that particular day and other information he wishes to provide and respond to questions. The second presenter is Attorney Atlee Riley of Disability Rights Maine. And third, Executive Director of Center of Children's Law and Policy. We did request for a representative from the Department of Health and Human Services working with children to be present today, and there were scheduling conflicts. However, members have received a 10-page memorandum about the number of beds in the state for children. So there is some factual information on that. I will now have committee members introduce themselves, and I will start with the House Co-Chair, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlotte Warren, and I represent.
Can we hear you? Okay.
Okay. I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that. I wasn't sure what to do to hear you. I didn't hear you, Representative Warren.
Luckily, you know who I am.
Okay. Second, I'm looking at my list of our members. I don't see Senator Searway is absent today. Senator Lawrence, absent. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. Representative Costain. You're muted, Representative Costain. Thank you.
Good morning, Senator. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna. Thank you.
Representative Morales.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent South Portland and House District 33, which includes Long Creek Youth Development Center.
Representative Newman is.
Good morning. I'm Representative Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Wayne, Fayette.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
And thank you. And Representative Reckett, is she with us today? All right. Representative Wernicke.
Good morning. I'm Representative Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And I want to take this opportunity to say that I certainly hope that Chair Warren will show the same respect to the straight white men in front of us today that she would expect them to show her. Thank you.
I would like to remind people that let's focus on what we are dealing with today. Thank you. Representative Sharp is absent, and I see Senator Searway has joined us. Go right ahead, Senator Searway. You're muted. Thank you.
Good. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16. Covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Winslow, and Albion.
Thank you, Senator Searway. I would also like to introduce our committee clerk, Deb Fahey.
Madam Chair.
Oh, did I miss you?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Representative Luke. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Grayson Lochner. I represent District 37, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, and I apologize. Our committee clerk is Deb Fahey. Someone have their mic on? Okay. Deb is with us here in the committee room. And also our policy analyst, Jane Orbiton. Oh, there she is. Good, thank you. So we've got that out of the way. We can begin, and I welcome our first presenter, Commissioner Randall Liberty. Welcome, and thank you for being with us today. You are the headliner, so we shall begin with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here, members of the criminal justice system, or
Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. This is an important topic, and we have much to talk about. We care very much about the welfare of the youth that are in our care. Many of my staff have dedicated their entire professional careers to working with you, some as many as 3 decades, and this is very important to us. We've spent the last 2.5 years or so working with legislators and the Center for Law, Policy, and Community, Mark Solar, with many stakeholders to improve upon the operations at Long Creek and the youth that we serve in the community. The focus of the LD 546, Representative Michael Brennan's bill, in the end was passed and approved by the legislature and the governor. And in that legislation, we agreed to reinvest $6 million back into the community as a way to divert youth from coming into the system and as a way to assist youth as they transition out of Long Creek in a quicker fashion. We've also agreed to establish 2 residential community transitional homes, and that again is helps in the transition and the diversion from individuals in the system. And we're also working on and researching the availability of locations for secure confinement in the 3 different regions in the state of Maine that would be smaller and would be really the gold standard in the industry today. And so we're working on that as we speak. We're committed to reducing the reliance on incarceration for our youth, and we do that work every day. Each time that there's an incident at Long Creek or any law enforcement agency in the state of Maine that may involve the use of force or excessive use of force, we, as in with other law enforcement agencies, we do an internal review. And if we believe, in fact, that there's a possibility where there may have been a violation of excessive force, we refer that to a third party. And in this case, we did 2 referrals, several referrals to the district attorney's office in Cumberland County. So they, as a third party, could look at the video, look at the reports, make an assessment on their own to see if, in fact, there was a unauthorized restraint used or excessive force used in this case. And those remain at the Cumberland County District Attorney's Office for a finding. We have not received the results from them yet. If in fact there are findings of criminal behavior on the part of my staff, they'll be held criminally responsible. If it falls short of that, they'll be held responsible with progressive discipline as provided in collective bargaining, as we do with any misconduct, if that is in fact the case. Again, that's premature. There's broad acknowledgement that throughout the state of Maine that there is a need for secure confinement for our youth. There may always be a need for individuals that have committed crimes and need to be held for public safety and for their own safety at times in order to rehabilitate and provide the programming that they certainly need at times. The incidents that occurred, I can only speak to broadly because they're still under investigation. There are about 6 incidents that we're talking about in this particular span. And these incidents generally look like this. And I was down at the facility at Long Creek a couple of weeks ago and at 10 o'clock at night, and this is the way it generally looked. In this case, following interviews and revealed that the youth were not happy with a caseworker. They had changed caseworkers and were not pleased with that particular caseworker they received. As a result, that evening, 3 of them decided to flip a table over, break a leg off the table, and use it as a weapon. This leg is about 4 feet long, 3 feet long, 4 or 5 pounds in weight, and began to use it as a weapon. The guidance really for my folks, the policy for my folks at that point is to de-escalate, leave the unit, try to de-escalate verbally without using any force, and try to get the youth to calm. In this circumstance, when I arrived, the 3 youth we were able to get one of the youth out and talked him out of the unit. But the remaining youth in our care began to destroy the unit. And when I talk about destroying the unit, I'm talking about smashing glass, breaking windows, destroying offices, destroying computers. And that has kind of been the MO over the previous 6 weeks. When they're disgruntled, they grab a weapon, edged weapon, glass, whatever they can use, and they destroy property. Over the past 6 weeks, they destroyed about $100,000 worth of state property. In one incident, they broke 34 windows in the facility. And so, as we're trying to de-escalate this, we'll normally talk through it and take the time that we need to talk them down without any use of force. In the situation that I was in on that day, one of the residents that was actually secured and well behaved in his unit has a propensity for self-harm. Pushed the emergency button and said, "I'm going to self-harm." At that point, we have to go in for the safety of the residents to ensure that no harm comes to them. My officers stacked up in front of the door to get ready to go in. The youth grabbed 2 fire extinguishers, discharged them in the room, causing extreme smoke, fog, and then my staff went in. As they went in, the youth lay down on the floor and they were restrained as per policy, and no one was injured. That was one sort of an incident. Other incidents have included the youth refusing to comply and wanting to fight, and then a struggle ensues. And so that is the circumstance in which Disability Rights was describing in their letter to us that you have received, and they had information on. And so that is generally what we're talking about, the incidents. That's kind of been the trend. And so the question becomes, what brought that about? Normally when those circumstances happen, we ask ourselves, this is a symptom of something, right? What caused that? Why are the kids acting out? This is an anomaly. This normally doesn't happen. As you know, the operations at Long Creek have been quiet. So this is unusual for this to happen over this last 6 or 7 weeks. And so as we did our research, we aggressively went to Long Creek. I rolled in a bunch of folks from central office, from other facilities to assist and assess and see exactly what the analysis would bring. And we looked in the areas of use of force and incident reviews. Each of these incidents, each time they happen, we have body cameras in the facility, and we also have overhead cameras, facility cameras that we can review. We do interviews of the youth and of our staff, and broke the video down slide by slide, over and over and over, and exhaustively looked at where violations may be, what the causation factors may be, and recorded those and made the referrals, as I mentioned, to the DA's office as may be appropriate. And again, we're awaiting their findings. We also looked at training. Was training adequate? We're assessing that now and modifying that. The staff we immediately came up with a training plan to reinforce the training and the appropriate use of force, what holds are appropriate, what use of force is appropriate when, what they can do, and how they can best de-escalate the situation without using force. And so we did de-escalation work also, and that training continues. We also looked at staffing. Do we have the appropriate staffing levels? Do we have enough staff, the right staff? Do we have staff that are talented and trained in those particular areas? We're doing that assessment as we speak. We looked at education, programming, and treatment, because one of the things that we found when we talked to the youth is that they were bored. They had too much time on their hands. And with any of us, too much time on the hands can create a problem. And the youth that we have now have a particularly high acuity level with level of behavior and violence, and so that has caused some problems. We also looked at community transitions. Are we getting the youth out that we can get out safely for public safety and wraparound services that they need and deserve in the community? We talked about community engagement. As we've had in the past, we've had an awful lot of volunteers come in and do an awful lot of effective work and make a difference in the lives of the youth there. We also looked at the physical plant. Are the units set up the way they should be? Do they have access to items they can use for weapons, that we could do something differently to prevent some of that stuff happening in the future? And we also looked at programming and treatment. And those are exhaustively being looking at for areas of opportunity and just exactly how we can be successful, more successful than we than we have been in the last 6 weeks with the behavior of the youth. When we looked at some of the causation factors, those are the areas we looked at. One of the primary factors has been COVID, and two things that it has impacted as a result of COVID. We made a deliberate choice, made a deliberate decision to keep all of the 1,600 residents in our care safe and free from COVID. We've been very successful at that. We lead the nation with one of the lowest infection rates nationally, keeping our residents safe. And the way that we do that is one of the ways is to keep outsiders from coming in unnecessarily. Obviously, we have to have staff, we have to have clinical staff, we have to have, some of those contractors come in. But as far as visitors, volunteers, all those people that truly make Long Creek successful, they haven't been in for about 18 months because it creates an environment for or potential for exposure. So that is significantly impacted. We know that youth and adults that have had adverse childhood experiences, one of the things that we can do to mitigate that is having adults that care about them, right? People from the outside that come in. And I think that my experience over the last 39 years in corrections is it's one thing to have staff come in and care, but it's something different to have volunteers come in on their own time and care about enough about these youth to spend time with them, and it makes a big difference in their lives. And that's been impactful. The other thing that COVID has done is it has impacted staffing, because each time that we have someone that's symptomatic or they have a close contact, we have to have them quarantine and leave the facility for 10 days, depending where we were in the pandemic. And that created a short staff sort of environment. The second thing that we've identified is the high acuity level. The youth that are in our care now, as we've worked diligently to reduce those youth that don't necessarily need to be in Long Creek or could be out of, come to Long Creek for assessment, but released for wraparound services in the community, the density of those youth that have challenging behaviors increases. And so now we have 38, as of today, we have 38 residents that are residing at Long Creek. 20 of those are detained. And so they're awaiting some disposition. So 20 of those are detained. What brought them into the facilities? I'll explain. We have 2 that are there for arson, Class A arson. We have one there is there for gross sexual assault. 3 are there for criminal threatening with a weapon. 1 is there for cruelty to animals. 1 is elevated aggravated assault. 1 is aggravated reckless conduct. 6 are approved for placement for ITRT for treatment and are under review for release in the community as beds are available. And you receive the testimony, written testimony from HHS that talks about the challenges of finding a bed in the community. So there are 6 there that are awaiting those placements in the community as they become available. And we have 1 that's approved for PMNI, and that's awaiting placement also. We have 18 that are committed. So those are sentenced, committed youth that are in our care. We have 5 that are there for aggravated elevated assault, Class A and B. We have 4 that are there for robbery. 2 are in our care for arson. 2 are there for weapons charges, Class C and D. 1 is there for domestic violence assault, and 1 is there for gross sexual assault. So those charges are what brought individuals there. So just to give you an idea of the level of criminality or incidents that happen in the community, and why sometimes the judiciary and the DAs and law enforcement, why they feel compelled to find placement in Long Creek, at least temporarily, until assessment, treatment, appropriate wraparound services are available in the community. That's an example of that. I would also say that as we proceed with the assessments, as we work with all the residents and the staff, and as we bring the resources in from throughout the system, that I would like to say this, that as we move forward with this committee, I will be providing you with a monthly update about the status of what's happening in the at Long Creek, the progress we're making, the acuity of the residents, what brought them there, what we have for resources in the community. I'll provide that to you monthly, so you have an update of what's going on and what we're doing to address those issues to improve the operation. I also want to tell you that I'll be accelerating our timeline for the search for smaller community-based secure confinement in the facilities. As is indicated by statute, I was to report back to you in February about our findings of what we have for possibilities for secure confinement in the 3 regions of the state of Maine. I'm prepared by the 3rd week of November to start giving you initial findings of what kind of success I'm having, and what potential sites and construction renovation we can do for that secure confinement. So I'm accelerating that by 3 months, adding additional resources to that, working with the state entities, with community stakeholders, trying to find that right place that will be smaller, secure, provide public safety, provide the supports and wraparound services that the youth deserve, and will provide reduced recidivism moving forward. And so, again, I'll be prepared to do some initial findings and report out to you in November as we accelerate that process as we search for smaller facilities throughout the state of Maine. I'd be happy to answer questions at this time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Liberty. I will begin by recognizing my co-chair, Representative Warren. If you have a question of the commissioner.
I'm still listening to,
Okay.
So please let others go. I don't have my hand up.
All right, great. Representative Renecki, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for this update. And I want to first say that I want to thank you for arranging for my tour on Wednesday. And I do appreciate that. And I feel like I got a good sense of what was going on down there. And I'd like to apologize for some of my colleagues here that decided it was more important to go to the media than actually take a tour to see what was going on. My question to you would be, do you feel that there are outside influences on these kids that are causing some of this discontent and destruction?
I have no evidence of that. I'm not certain of that. I don't know at this point. I do know that the factors that I laid out, the COVID, the staffing, the acuity level of the residents that are in our care at this point, those are all contributing factors. The reduction in volunteers coming in had a negative impact. They do a great job and really make a difference in the lives of the youth.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a question of Commissioner Liberty before? I see, I'll go by the hands that came up first. I've got Representative Pluker, followed by Representative Pickett, and Representative Morales. I saw you raise your hand. Did you want to speak also? Okay, I've got Representative Pluker, Pickett, and then Lookner. So Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Liberty, for being willing to talk to us the way you have. And I really appreciate your willingness to come to us monthly and give these reports. And I really appreciate you moving up this timeline for getting the kids out of Long Creek, because I think that's something that we're all kind of united on doing and trying to achieve. And one of the questions I had was, in focusing on staffing, is was the first kind of, we've looked at these CCLP reports coming out for a number of years now. When do you see staffing first mentioned in the CCL reports as being an issue for effective rehabilitation at Long Creek?
I'm not sure. I'm not certain of the time frame. I'm not certain when that became an issue. I just do know that during COVID, we had significant impact. And again, the behavior over the last 6 to 7 weeks has been an anomaly. And so that's our assumption that that's one of the impacts that we have.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at the CCL report in 2017, it clearly states that staffing has been an issue that they saw as being an impediment towards helping get the kids out of Long Creek. And I know that, and I guess another follow-up question is, do we have a sense of how much money per child we're paying at Long Creek to care for them there?
Well, good question, Representative. You know that we had an $18 million budget, you know that we carved $6 million out of that to invest in diversion and transition for them. That takes it down to 12 million. As the methodology to reinvest that money has been, we have worked with stakeholders to generate a survey, and the survey has gone out to stakeholders statewide for them to indicate where that money should best be spent. And in October, we'll have the findings in our last task force meeting, and we'll have a discussion about an informed discussion as a result of the survey where we should spend that money. But we're at about $12 million, depending on give or take. But it's about $12 million for that facility.
And for that amount of money, the idea that we're dependent upon volunteers for programming for the children seems difficult. I would hope that we would be able to take care of our staff in a way that they were able to provide those services so that we weren't dependent upon volunteers. And then one of the responses that we saw in the press release was trying to partner with CCLP one more time. How many reports have you seen from CCLP in the last 10 years?
So I've seen 2 reports, and the use of Mark Solar and CCLP is a tremendous asset. It's an industry standard in most industries to bring in a third party subject matter expert that has a national perspective, and his work with us has been valuable, and it hasn't stopped. When we finished as we continued the work and the task force ended the formal meetings over 6 months ago, whatever it was, we continue to work with Mark, and the co-chairs and Colin O'Neill meet with him monthly and give him updates. He shares with us. We ask him to do research and find best practices nationally, and he's connected. And that resource, that third party, that transparency, that message that he gives us, critically valuable to us, and will give us a better product than it has.
And I see in their 2020 report that
Representative Pluker, as I asked, if we could just let the others ask questions, they might have the same questions as you. I'll come back to you if we can follow that train of thought.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Madam Chair, may I do a follow-up?
Yep.
I just wanted to follow up and say that we're not dependent on volunteers for programming. We have a robust clinical staff, but I would say that the volunteers that are there are a nice addition, nice augmentation to what we do. And it's been missed since they've been gone. And so we've had a reduction there, but our clinical staff and our security staff has been doing the best they can with what they have. They're good employees. They're dedicated to the youth that we serve. And I appreciate all their efforts. Thank you, Representative.
Okay. And so Representative Pluker, for now, could you put your hand down so I can go to the others and put it up afterwards? Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Liberty. So I'm looking at the 2017 report from the Center for Children's Law and Policy, where it recommends that these sorts of prone restraints and the use of and deployment of tear gas not be used on youth in Long Creek. Can you tell me how many times in the month of August the use of prone restraints and tear gas were deployed at Long Creek?
I would say this, those recommendations are best practice, agreed. Our policies do not reflect those unauthorized uses. If they are practiced, it's outside of policy, and people will be held accountable appropriately, whether it be administrative discipline or criminal charges. And so those recommendations have been employed and are in practice. This is an anomaly. It's not the common practice. And a follow-up question, please.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that. And can you just tell me, since that's the case, that these aren't best practices, how many times were these practices used in the month of August?
I'm aware of 2 instances where prone restraint was used, but I can't go into further detail. And the use of OC, tear gas is more of a more aggressive chemical used in sort of disturbances on the outside. But in corrections and law enforcement, we use OC, which is mace in a canister. And we use those only as a last resort. In fact, in order to use OC at Long Creek, it has to go all the way to me for authorization. And I authorize that when an individual has to go into a unit and the youth are weaponized, they have a weapon, and would pose a significant possibility of harm to my staff or to the resident. And we're able to do that with OC, and we've used that one time.
Great. So I have a couple follow-ups. So firstly,
Grace,
Madam Chairman.
I'd like to move to Representative Morales, and I'll come back after everyone has had a chance to at least ask one, okay? And then it's going to be unlimited, okay?
Great.
Thank you. Just keep that question. Thank you. I will now go to Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here this morning and taking questions for us. I think what I'd like to do, Commissioner, is get the white elephant out of the corner, so to speak. And what I mean by that is, I think I may be wrong here, but I think when we view the Long Creek and we view the people that are there, the residents that are there, we think of them as children. And I think I remember reading some of the material that was given to us to go through that there's the average age computes out to somewhere between I think it's like 15 to 17 years old. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these aren't little children. They're not full adults, but they're not little children, which brings me to my question. And the question is, when you have a uprising within your facility and weapons are being used by these residents, again, and in whatever way they are being used, whether they're being taunting your staff or whether they actually are resisting your staff or whatever it is they're doing, and everything. Are we talking about young people that are physically capable of doing harm to staff members?
Yes, Representative. We're talking about 16, 17, 18-year-olds sometimes, as big as we are, adult size folks at times that are very capable, and it's a significant challenge. We always use the minimum found force necessary, but there's a challenge between providing safety and security for the youth, safety and security for the staff, and to reduce the amount of possibility of injury to anyone. And so that's what we have to do sometimes.
And that was my point, that there should be, not only should we be considering keeping our residents safe, but there should be that same concern for our staff as well, which, and I think, if I may, if not, I can come back on another one, Senator, but I just wanted to know if what a staff member that is there working in the facility, what do they carry on them? How are they dressed? How do they present to the residents that are there? What do they look like? I mean, they're not like a law enforcement officer with guns. What do they look like?
They often wear sort of tactical pants with a polo shirt is generally what they wear. Some of them are more uniformed. They have no weapons. They have no OC. They have nothing to respond to other than verbal de-escalation, and then the ability to physically restrain when necessary to provide safety and security for the residents and for the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. I'd like to follow up on Representative Pickett's questions about staff safety. Commissioner, you talked about the 2017 Children Law and Policies Report almost 5 years ago now, having read that. You must be aware then that that report indicated that staff was at risk of harm because of low staffing, overtime, lack of morale, inexperience of staff, and, quote, the lack of mental health resources given the profound mental health problems of so many youth at the facility. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I'm aware that the entire industry, law enforcement and corrections, is severely understaffed. As you know, in your district, York County, Cumberland County are operating at about 40% capacity in their correctional facilities. And so the county jails are severely understaffed. Everyone in the community is having a very difficult time staffing. And so we're very aware of that at the state level also.
Right. Thank you. The report also states, and again, this is 5 years ago, before I was elected to office, that the facility is at serious risk of continuing to lose staff at a rate that will make it impossible to run the institution safely for youth and staff. So this is a problem that has been continuing for quite some time. Is that correct, Commissioner?
Yes, corrections and law enforcement has been plagued with staffing issues statewide and nationally. It's a challenge to recruit. And there are a lot of factors there, but it's difficult in corrections to recruit and retain. And that's a national problem.
And it's not new.
No, not
Thank
new. Yep.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now I'll recognize Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here this morning. Can you explain to me the process that you're using to determine that these young people or children are high risk, and what tool that's based on?
Not certain of the tool. I know that it's based upon previous criminal behavior primarily. And so it's the history, the criminal history, but I'll get that information for you, the tool and the methodology.
So is your practice generally to assess risk based on crime?
I'm not certain of the risk assessment tool and the methodology. I'll get that information to you.
So one of the reports by the Children's Center for Law and Policy that the state of Maine has paid for so far talks about the fact that 70% of all youth, 85% of all the girls in Long Creek were low or medium risk due to assessment. So that's the most recent report that was released in February of 2020. I know you and I both served on that task force, and we'll get a chance to hear from Director Solar. So they're reporting to us that 70% of the census are low to medium risk. But what you're reporting to us today and in your press release, that 80% are high risk. So I'm interested in how in that disparity. And I'm also interested in a couple of months ago when we were working on our few Long Creek bills, we asked you for the data you shared with us in your presentation. We asked you what brought the kids there so that we could work on some solutions. At that point, we were down to, I think, 26 youth. And we asked you what brought the youth there so that we could have a sense of what's missing in our communities, right? What do we need to make sure we fix? And the response then was that we'd have to do that in an executive session. And I think you'll remember that we said, okay, we're not going to ask for that information because already it's COVID, we're on Zoom. We don't want Maine people to get the sense that now we're doing things that aren't even on Zoom. So we said, we'll pass on that information, Commissioner. What made the difference today? Why can you all of a sudden share with us all of those details that you shared? So I'm looking for the change in risk. Again, it went from our most recent report, 70% were assessed at low or medium risk, to now you're reporting that 80% are high risk. And why the change in your ability to share that information about what brought the youth there?
Thank you, Madam Shields. Good questions. The information I shared today was very generalized. It didn't give much detail. It just gave the crime. That's it. And so it's much more generalized than I had anticipated we would give the co-chairs in executive session. It was a very generalized, just the crime, nothing more than that. I expected to give you more information in executive session. That's the difference. The difference between the information that was presented by Mark Soler and his group, that information is dated. That information is more than 18 years old, months old, and doesn't reflect the current population that we have today. What I'm giving you today are the levels of crime, or the types of crimes, and the level of risk that we have presently. The information you had previously is old data. That reflected that population then.
So the 80%, you're saying it is actually based upon assessment tool?
I am.
Can you get us that? Because I think what you just said to us was that your 80% was your acuity and high risk was based on crime committed, but now you're saying it's based on assessment tool?
What I said to you was, I'm not sure of the tool that we use. I'm not sure of the methodology. One of the factors is the crime committed. I will get you that. Yep.
So you'll get us the report on the assessment of risk of all of your current census.
I will.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Representative Warren. I now have Representative Reckitt, and I will continue with people that had asked the first question. So after Representative Reckitt, there'll be Representative Lookner and then Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you. First, let me apologize for being momentarily late to this meeting. I was racing back from vacation and flew in the door and tried to set up my computer, so it took me a couple of minutes. Anyway, my question has to do with cost factors, not necessarily of Long Creek itself now, but I know that there's one small facility functioning now. Is that correct? That houses girls, I think 6 or 8 girls.
Yes, that's correct. That's steps.
All right, and you're trying to plan one for boys is in the process right now of trying to get.
That's correct. We've secured a lease in the city of Auburn.
Right. So and I know that the long-term, I've heard from you, the long-term future is to essentially find appropriate small places for residents elsewhere in the state and in small numbers. That's accurate?
That's correct. That's the LD 546 that requires me to look for 3 secure sites or options in one of each of the regions in the state of Maine.
Okay. So my question is connected to that in the sense that I'm curious, you must know at least from the girls' facility, which is now operational, what that's costing a year to operate approximately. I don't, so what I'm trying to get at is what are those 6-person facilities going to cost every year each? Do you have any kind of general sense or?
I do have that information not in front of me. Well, so we have 2 facilities, and we presented this in documentation and testimony previously. The residents that the Bearings House primarily it relates to staff. Staffing is the cost for most of all of this, right?
Right.
And so in order to run the Bearings House, it takes about 18.75 positions to adequately staff a residence like that. And that equates to about 2.2 million to run a home with staff, all operations, clinical work, all of that. In addition to that, we also have so we have two of those facilities, steps and bearings, and those will cost us about 2.2
each.
Yes, 2.2 each. Again, it's positions. It's 17.75 for one, 18.75 for the other. So steps is again about 2.2.
Right. So in my head that always thinks in numbers, in a general, I don't want to, point to this and point to that, but what I'm looking at is the 12 million that's been set aside. Sorry, not the 6 million that's been set aside from Long Creek for community programs. Does that include these two centers?
That does.
Okay, so there's space in that money for one more. Am I accurate in that?
There's an additional 1.4 million that will be going to the community to spend as determined by the survey and by the task force where it's best placed.
But we're talking facilities. We're not talking
this is community nonprofits. Whatever that community determines they need that money for, working with the regional care teams. As you know, we've set up 3 regional care teams, one in each of the regions, that allows them to address what their communities need, allows them to divert and transition to us, help and bring all stakeholders together in those regions to assist these youth. This is in addition to the about 3.2 million that we already push into the community. And that money, that 3.5 million, goes to things like Shaw House, Preble Street, Teen Services, Tree Street, Spurwink, Catholic Charities. Again, there's about 3.5 million in addition to that 6, bringing it to about $9.5 million that we push into the community for diversion and for transition at this point.
So the question I'm trying to get to, it's not that you've missed it, I haven't articulated it, is that if the budget of Long Creek was 18 million and is now going to be 12 million, so let's just say a wand flew over and everybody was low risk all of a sudden. We're talking about $12 million. Were we to place all of these residents in small residents of appropriate size and staffing and focus, you're really talking 6 of them, right? Is all you could, less than 6 that you could support with the amount of money that is currently used to fund Long Creek. Is that true? Or are you thinking that we're going to have to do this slowly, which I agree? Are we going to start to chip off of more of Long Creek, or are we going to just have to add money to do these small facilities? And where's the tipping point, I guess, is the question.
That's the question. That's the question we're all kind of asking. We're trying to do this correctly. We're not trying to, if we do this hurriedly and we do it before we have the wraparound services that the youth need in the community, we'll arrive at the same place we arrived when we shut AmHigh down, and there weren't the services available for the mentally ill, right? And so if we do this quickly, we're going to do harm to the residents in our care. And so what we're trying to do is slowly find resources and fund resources in the community, like steps, like bearing, in diversion so they don't have to come in, or so they can more quickly move out of Long Creek, and then invest those dollars with the regional care teams and others in the task force to support those wraparound services, giving them success for multi-systemic therapy, for family functional therapy, all of the work that they need that are assessed locally. We don't want to determine what they need for assistance in each region because they're regionally based and they all have different needs. And so that's what I see happening, building out that the wraparound services in the community, in diversion and in prevention and in transition, and searching out those secure facilities that we're spending the 12 million on in Long Creek. We'll always need some form of secure confinement for youth. And the question becomes, is it in the smaller facilities? Is it in a larger facility? That's the question. to be announced. I mean, we'll see. We have to
Yes.
see how it goes, and it's important not to do this in a quick fashion. Let's do it right.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Representative.
I would like to ask the commissioner some clarifications, and I'm thinking of the general public who's listening in. So there are two areas that you made comment on that I think the general public, I'd like to clarify. Would you please describe bearings and steps program, what those are?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good question. These are two residents that are the public would see as maybe a transitional house, something that may be traditionally Goodwill Hinckley sort of environment where it's staff secure, where the staff keep track of the youth and they can't come and go freely, but they're managed by the staff. And this is a step down from Long Creek, or rather than go to Long Creek if they don't pose a public safety risk, but they do need to be managed, they go to steps or bearings. Steps are for the girls, bearings are for the boys.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that was mentioned, and it brings to mind, there's more, I'm making a statement, correct me if I'm wrong. There's more to juvenile corrections than just Long Creek, and those are your JCCOs, the juvenile correctional officers, which are known as probation officers, correct, in the adult world. So that was interesting what you said, 3.5 million goes into the community, and you like Catholic Charities, Preble Street, and you then ended with for diversion. So that money is out there and for diversion. And again, this is, I want to clarify this for myself. Diversion from going into incarceration. So if a young person is on probation, the probation officer has these available resources in the community that the department has contracted for, or has, is that correct?
That's correct.
We're focusing on an institution, but there's another part, going in and going out. So thank you. I wanted to clarify that.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
The JCCOs spend their careers trying to do graduating sanctions and try any other opportunity to divert the youth from coming into Long Creek. And they do a fantastic job. Many of them spend an entire career doing that work. And so I appreciate what they do. I think that they're significantly, they're of value to the community, working very closely with the school system and parents and other community stakeholders to make sure that the youth are coach mentored and diverted away from the system.
Thank you. I now will recognize Representative Lookner, followed by Representative Ronicky. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a couple follow-up questions from earlier, but first I just wanted to clarify that it is the risk assessment instrument according to the Maine Juvenile Justice System assessment that dictates the level of risk that a youth at Long Creek is deemed. And that report also indicated that a high level of subjectivity is inherent in that instrument. So staff are able to assign a risk score based on, some subjective assessment. That's not the question I want to ask. The question that I want to ask is a follow-up. So in those two different instances in which prone restraints were deployed, prone restraint meaning a child was held down with a knee, an adult putting a knee on the back or upper back of a child, or perhaps neck in Long Creek. So in those two separate incidents, how many children were held down in prone restraints?
I cannot share the details of that. It's under investigation. And so it'd be inappropriate for me to comment on the details of that.
Okay, but that's not best practice in Long Creek.
That's not an authorized position, no.
Okay, and in the last year or so, how many children at Long Creek have been held in what's called the special management unit and what you might call administrative segregation or disciplinary segregation, and what the general public might know as solitary confinement?
I would say that's a mischaracterization of solitary confinement. We do not use solitary confinement. It has not been in play for years here in the state of Maine. What I would say is I'll get that information to you. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, but would you say more than 10 children at Long Creek have been held in the special management unit?
I don't have that information in front of me. I'll get that to the committee.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Luckner. Now I'll recognize Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start by saying that I feel like I'm at a disadvantage here because my Democrat colleagues had an illegal meeting over a week ago and got some information that we don't necessarily have because they've had well over a week to formulate questions and do research. And considering we just got a couple of these reports in the last day or two that are coming up that are being discussed, Commissioner, could you tell me where, first of all, how much damage was actually caused to Long Creek? Because I believe we're here today to discuss what's actually happened in Long Creek over the summer, not that we want to close Long Creek. That was not, my understanding was not the topic of this meeting today. It was about what has happened over the summer and steps moving forward, not necessarily about closing Long Creek and putting these some of these very dangerous teenagers in communities and in high schools outside. On my tour on Wednesday, I will say, I was impressed with the fact that it just reminded me of a high school, more of a lockdown high school, but still the kids, the teenagers got what they needed and probably in many cases more than what kids on the outside get for services. And so I was very impressed with my tour, and again, will challenge my colleagues on this committee that have not been inside of Long Creek, that are using it as a just as a spectacle to try to get it closed, to go in and actually do a tour of Long Creek. I was and the damage that I saw while I was there was significant. So could you just tell me how much damage was actually caused and what the steps moving forward are as to, and how that's going to be affecting your budget moving forward as well to getting that repairs done?
Thank you, Representative. Good question. The estimated cost of the damage that was done by the youth in our care was about $100,000. And that includes many, many broken windows, broken computers, broken furniture, wide destruction. And again, as we're trying to de-escalate and use minimum amount of force necessary, they caused a lot of damage to the facility, and it'll have significant impact on my maintenance budget. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to find the money to repair the existing damage.
And I noticed that they even had gone to the point of damaging some of the fire suppression systems inside. There was a lot of water damage from what I had seen as well. And I did ask a question while I was there, and maybe it's something that folks here that haven't had to ask this question, but and it kind of goes back to what Representative Luckner had asked about what happens to these kids that do cause this damage, and what are the steps that are taken to de-escalate. But, a lot of people think automatically that there's some sort of, that there's some sort of solitary confinement. And I got a great answer to my question, but I'm going to ask it of you to kind of explain what does happen to these kids that cause this type of damage and that are out of control at certain times.
Sure. And so what happens is when they're de-escalated, they're escorted to a room, and they're placed there for a very short time. It could be a 4-hour period of time. It could be a 24-hour period of time with the opportunity to come out and do recreation and socialize a bit. But normally it's a 4-hour sort of in their cell time to de-escalate. And that's generally what we do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Representative Renecki. Representative Pluker, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to follow up on some of those questions about the reports I was asking before. The report, the new CCLP report that's being discussed, contracting, how much, do you know how much that will cost?
No, that hasn't been negotiated yet.
Okay. Are there particular issues that we're looking to address in the new report that we haven't seen from the previous reports?
This will be narrowly focused on what exactly maybe the causation factors of the last 2 months has been and ways to mitigate that. And again, the assessment that we looked at will be done externally when you're talking about use of force, training, staffing, education, programming, treatment, all of the information that I had mentioned that we took a look at. It's important to get that third party external national best practice view. And that's what Mark brings to the table.
Thank you. And, you know, when I look at these reports, I see, and even in this conversation, we've talked about staffing. And I wonder when we decide to, and I saw in the 2020 report that there's actually 7 different reports that are cited within that 2020 report. Why do we, or to me, it would make sense to put that effort and that money back to staffing instead of studying an issue that we already know has diagnosed staffing as being a major issue. And I think there seems to be some consensus even amongst this group that staffing is an issue that we want to address. And I'm thinking of even like some of the communications I've had with staff from Long Creek are that, some of the COVID stipend was that they should have received for back pay and that kind of thing was denied to them by the governor's office. And so if we could go back and we could kind of start compensating for folks to the level of the work that recognizes the difficulty of the work that they're doing, couldn't we address the staffing issues and really see some of this better addressed than one more study?
Thank you, Representative. Good question. The money that we spend with Mark Soler and his group is the best money I think I've ever spent. That his team brings a level of expertise to us in a very productive, effective way. And so that money's well spent. To answer your question and comment on the collective, the wages, that's all part of labor law and collective bargaining. They just signed a contract, and to get in between that, there are labor laws, and for those who've been involved in collective bargaining, that's something that happens between the executive and the unions. And so I'm not quite sure how we would manage that. I think that the unions have just approved, 1 or 2 of them have approved the upcoming contract. So I'm not sure, but anyways, the third party, really national experts doing assessments, it's a national best practice. All of my colleagues nationally, the commissioners of all the states of in the nation, bring in third party experts to assist them with technical advice. And we bring in technical advice with the American Correctional Association, the National Institute of Corrections, and Mark Soler's team. And each time it bears fruit. And does that mean that when the assessment comes out, it's always flattering? Do we always agree with everything? No, but I deeply respect their findings, and we do our best to achieve those goals.
So you do agree that staffing is an issue that has been cited in the past?
There is no question staffing in corrections in the state of Maine and in the nation is our primary concern. Yesterday, I met with commissioners from the Northeast. I had 7 commissioners on that call from New York, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts. Their number one concern beyond COVID was staffing.
And you do agree that short staffing at the facility poses an inherent risk to the staff and probably also the children who are there?
It's very challenging. Yeah.
And would you also agree that if the executive came forward recognizing these short staffing issues in their contract negotiations, that the executive could more than likely address staffing issues through wages?
The executive just sat down at the table with the unions, and they have a negotiated contract that both agree upon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, and after you speak, would you please lower your hand so I don't call on you again? I have Representative Morales, followed by Representative Pickett, and then Representative Warren. Thank you. Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up briefly on the staffing issue as well, Commissioner, from what Representative Pluker was talking about, given what we know throughout the history of this facility and before it was this facility, and the staffing challenges, which have been documented well in lawsuits throughout the years, I hope you feel very uncomfortable, because I do, in letting our staff take the fall for improper behavior dealing with the young people, if that's in fact what comes out of some of these investigations, because I feel very uncomfortable given the lack of training, which is documented in our reports from CCLP from 5 years ago and the recent task force that I served on with you. So I've mentioned this before to you, but I just want to mention that again. I feel very uncomfortable with that. I do have a question around the de-escalation policy that you were talking about. You had said that the policy is that a youth be put in their cell for 4 hours, and that to calm down, and that is the de-escalation policy. And just going back to the reports from CCLP, which I know you respect, you just said that what these young people need is connection, behavioral health services, things of that nature. And so I hope moving forward, working with this third report from CCLP, you can get some guidance from them on what a de-escalation policy for adolescents incarcerated, coming with the trauma that they have that brought them here, the poverty that brought them here, that we can put something in place that really does get to their needs so that they're safer.
Thank you.
I will now recognize Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. We've been at it for a while here. We're talking about the last few questions have basically been on, and comments were on staffing, and I had staffing down here as a follow-up as well. So I have a couple of different follow-up questions I'd like to ask you. The first one is, as a staff, I want to take, if you wouldn't mind doing so, and put you in the position of being one of your staff in a situation, not the situation we're talking about, but a situation where deadly force was being threatened upon you, and you had to de-escalate to the point where you had no choice other than to go hands-on. What procedure would you use as a regular, on a regular rule, would you use to restrain the resident and place them in handcuffs if necessary? What would be the proper way to do that if you had to go hands-on with them, if you don't mind?
Right. CCG is a technique that we teach that's more of a holding, holding against the wall, restraining in that way. If they are on the ground, it's a transitional position. It's not one that they remain there for any myriad of time. Secure them, roll them on the side, get them back up on their feet. That's generally what we use. We don't use any restraints or moves that would involve the head, the neck, or the spine. And that's very, it's universally accepted in law enforcement and corrections that we don't do anything with the head, neck, or spine.
So someone could hear of or see something of residents in a prone position, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're being kept in a prone position for any length of time to be able to secure them. Is that correct?
That's correct. They could be in the prone position just to maintain control, secure them, rotate them on their side, and then get them on their feet.
Okay, and I think that's really important considering what our topic of discussion has been. And the other thing on staffing, the staffing challenges and those kind of things like that. Would you agree that part of the staffing challenges are not only the rate of pay, which Representative Pluker has spoken about and in great detail, but also the fact that it's a thankless job. And out here right now, law enforcement and people associated with law enforcement are damned if they do and damned if they don't. So is that coming into play? Because I talk with a number of people that are thinking about going into law enforcement right now after my career, and are in law enforcement that are quite frankly thinking of getting out of law enforcement. Is that one of the major problems too of what's going on? And not necessarily in the correctional facility, but you are part of the law enforcement community, even though it's in corrections. What would you say to that?
That's correct. And I would say when I speak to staff, their number one concern is the impact that the negative media, the negativity surrounding their job and the thanklessness of the criticism that they receive, which is sustained criticism when they've dedicated their entire professional careers to do this work. And it's a very difficult, challenging job, and they do a fantastic job. It is a very difficult job, and it feels as though to them, and this is what they report to me, that they're not appreciated.
Okay. And if I may, I just had one more. I'm pretty sure it was Representative Morales was talking about being put in their cell for 4-hour de-escalation process. Would you describe what a cell looks like in the Long Creek facility?
Sure. It's a room with a bed, a table, a sink, a toilet. It's a room with all the amenities that a normal cell would have.
Okay. And I would just say, as a closing comment, I would just say I agree wholeheartedly with what Representative Morales said in regards to maybe not for the same reasons, but I do agree with it. And that is that I hope when the dust all settles, that the staff that were involved that the investigation, and I'm sure it will be, and I know you can't talk about it, will be done in a proper manner, that the staff will be interviewed and all of this kind of stuff, and that they will be treated as innocent until proven guilty, because unfortunately sometimes the media already puts them out as guilty before we even start into that. So I support them fully, and I hopefully that will turn around and come out to be a good resolve to that. And if there is anything that needs to be taken care of on the disciplinary action, or training and that kind of thing, I'm sure you'll take care of it like you always do. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Commissioner. In the response to the recent incidents, six incidents that happened over the last 6 weeks of questionable interactions inside Long Creek. As a response, the Department of Corrections, you announced that you would do a couple of things. One, put more money into the building, right? Redesign, reconstruct. I don't have the press release in front of me, but redesign the inside of the building. So put more money into it, but also, as we've talked about today, pay for yet another report by the Center for Children's Law and Policy. So I just want to talk about hiring them again. Do you remember what their suggestion or recommendation is in the 2017 report or the 2020 report about the future of Long Creek?
The general recommendation was, it mirrors the Brennan bill, in that we continue to invest in the community, in diversion and in transition, providing the wraparound services for youth so that we reduce the necessity for secure confinement. And then it also asked us to, or guided us to, advised us to have those transitional houses, steps and bearings, and then to go forth and to look for possibilities and report back out to the legislature regarding secure confinement, smaller community-based facilities. And I think that I saw, if I may, Madam Chair, and the last recommendation, I think it was a long-term goal, maybe 3 to 6 years, was to eliminate the need for Long Creek because the new smaller secure confined facilities were regional.
Thank you. So I'll just, since they're short, I'll just read them because they put a little bit of a finer point on it. From 2017, and I quote, and again, this is from the Center for Children's Law and Policy that we are now proposing to spend more money getting another report from. Here's the report from 2017. The team recommends considering whether a different model of residential care for juvenile justice involved youth would achieve better results for Maine's youth and their communities. A facility designed like Long Creek limits how well and how intensively staff can work with young people on skill building and behavior change. That was from 2017. That's on page 78 for anybody who's interested in checking that out. In the 2020 report, it's on page 136. The recommendation, it's a longer term goal, 18 to 36 months. And I quote, achieve removal of all youth from Long Creek. Is that something we're working towards, Commissioner?
We've been working with the legislature, with the task force, with Mark Solar and his team and all stakeholders in the state of Maine to come up with legislation and a plan. And we do have a plan. And I would say that stick with the plan. We should not allow an anomaly in a particular incident to intervene and derail what the plan has been. We've all agreed to it last session. We all came together and we supported the plan. And the plan is, as I described, find staff secure residences and establish those as we have with steps and bearings, and then to seek out 3 different locations for possibilities for secure confinement for youth in the regions. That's the plan, and we're sticking with that. As I said, I'm very pleased to be able to report out our progress at Long Creek monthly to you starting in October. I'm also pleased to announce to you that I'll be accelerating our process for searching those secure possibilities in the region for the legislative consideration. What happens with the legislature and what bills are created and sponsored and what happens in committee as far as funding and creating those secure residences is really a legislative and executive matter. But that's the plan. And it would be disappointing to me to have all of this work, this money, this investment, this time of all task force members, all community stakeholders, all the work that we did over the last 2 years to deviate from the agreed upon plan for an anomaly.
Thank you. But as I said, you are planning on investing more money into the building and purchasing another report, a third report from the same group of people when we've already gotten recommendations that we're not following. Remind me again, how much do we spend per year? What's the budget figure we keep talking about?
12 million.
It's actually 18.5 million, right? You're subtracting out the 6 million that you're planning at some point to send to community reintegration?
The budget that was passed in July provides for $12 million for Long Creek.
Okay. Because we've subtracted out 6 to send to the community reintegration team?
Because we're reinvesting in the community as the LD requires and as the plan is designed. And I will also, as a matter of clarification, we're not reinvesting any more money in the facility. We have to spend money on repairing the damage that was done by the youth.
So in the press release that you sent out, you talk about redesigning the facility. What does that mean?
Which means eliminating opportunities for further weapons. If there's a table that can be flipped over and the leg can be used as a weapon, as has been, we're eliminating the opportunity for that to happen. Those sorts of things to make it safer for the residents of the staff.
Commissioner, are you willing to publicly release the budget of what's being spent right now, where, regarding Long Creek, and how currently the community reintegration team funds are being spent?
Those are all public documents and are free to be released.
Okay, great. Would you put them on your website so folks could access them?
Sure.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I have Representative Representative Morales, excuse me, followed by Representative Luckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, you spoke about bearings and steps. My understanding in learning from the community is that those facilities are not open. They're not accepting girls and boys at this time. Is that correct?
Not correct. Steps is open, and that is again for girls. And as appropriate, they move back and forth. There may be times when there's no one in steps because no one's appropriate for that. Their risk level is too high, or their flight risk is too high, depending on the circumstance. But steps is open. I think you'll find if you were to visit on Monday or Tuesday, there'll be girls in that residence. Bearings is the lease has been secure. We have a building in Auburn, and we're working on the staffing plan and the clinical support and all of the wraparound services that are required. I expect steps to be open in November, or bearings to be open in November.
Okay. And so if steps is not accepting girls right now, but they do have girls in there, is that more of an accurate statement to say?
Steps is accepting girls that are appropriate for that program. If they're not appropriate for the program and they need to be secured in Long Creek, they're secured in Long Creek.
Okay. So you have a girls unit in Long Creek, and then you have steps for girls.
Correct.
Okay. So if reports are out there that steps is not accepting girls, your position is that because they're not appropriate for steps?
Correct. If they're appropriate, they'll be in steps. If not, they have to be retained in Long Creek.
Okay. Talking back about the regional care teams, are you willing to designate a community-based regional care team moving forward for every young person that comes into contact with the juvenile justice system, and have them do an individual assessment of their needs, do a landscape assessment for what are those available resources in the community, determine what those gaps are with the community of resources, and then use that information along with working with those regional care teams to figure out what it is we need then to fund the continuum of care? Is that sort of the process that you're committed to moving forward?
We're doing that now with the regional care teams, and the identification of where the funds will go, the discretionary money that will be going to the community. The regional care teams are weighing in on that survey to inform where that money will go. And the survey results will inform our decisions where that money goes.
I did take that survey. It was a little confusing. I was wondering who drafted the survey.
I believe that there was some input from multiple stakeholders. I think that Jill Ward had some work, was involved. I think that Colin O'Neill was. I'm not sure if Mark had some input, review and comments on that. Not quite certain of that, but there's multiple folks that had input on the survey.
Okay, but the survey won't be the only guidance for what happens, right? With resourcing the community.
I think it'll be that, and I think it'll be comments from the folks on the task force.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to interject here. One thing I failed to mention, and I'm looking at the clock. I'd like to go maybe another 20 minutes with the commissioner and take a 10-minute break for some of us and come back at 11 to hear from Mr. Riley. So if you could phrase your questions and everybody have a chance, I will recognize the ones that have their hand, but if we could start wrapping that up in the next 20 minutes or so. I have again Representative Luckner followed by Representative Pickett. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify,
Oh, yeah.
earlier, Representative Pickett had indicated that some of these prone restraints were used in a transitory manner. According to the letter in the narrative provided by Disability Rights Maine about these incidents on August 2nd, one youth was held in prone for over 8 minutes. One youth was held in prone for over 28 minutes and with pressure applied on the back. Another youth was held over 10 minutes with pressure applied to the back. One youth was held in prone restraint for 18 minutes. Another for almost 10 minutes. So this clearly is not a transitory position. And, you know, if this is contraindicated by training within the facility, you know, I have real concerns that these techniques are being deployed. Secondly, I also just want to ask Commissioner Liberty, according to some attorneys that have clients at Long Creek, that the special management unit, that youth are being held in isolation for over 24 hours, which is also contraindicated by the juvenile justice assessment, which says that room confinement should only be used for 4 hours. So Commissioner Liberty, I'm just wondering, have you toured the special management unit recently and seen youth held there for over 24 hours at a time?
I have not. I've not seen them there 24 hours at a time. I am down there. I was down there 10 days ago. And no, so I have not seen that.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. I will now recognize Representative Morales. I still see your hand up. Okay, thank you. Representative Pickett?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a comment, and that is, I think some of the topics we're getting into now are topics that are really not germane to what this meeting was set up to be for, talking about the incident. I think not all of them, but some are. I just would ask that we could stay on point and stay on the things involving what we're actually here for, because it's my understanding we have several other people that may be talking, maybe can answer some of those questions as well. And I just think we really need to stay on track. Thank you very much.
I now will recognize Senator Seaway.
Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I just, I've been listening, and I know, you and I have both worked in the correctional system, and I know that children, often, and they are young, individuals, but also there's behaviors and it's strongly overlooked on the behaviors. And I think that that's a real key here, because that's the reason why they're there. When you evaluate them for risk, part of it is too, they're not all sentenced, correct?
Correct. We have both a combination of detained and committed.
So if they're not sentenced, times that may put their risk level a bit, because they're uncertain how things are going to go, and so they're higher stress level, I imagine. But also their risk assessments change as time goes, according to how they act at the facility.
Sure, there's impact related to programming and their inside behavior. Absolutely, I'm sure that's part of the equation.
Right. So there's a lot of factors there, and I just think that a lot of these things are left out, and a lot of them, they just generalize them as children, but there's a lot of reasons why they're at the levels that they are. And I just to clarify that, because I think there is a danger for themselves and others because of why they're there. So I just I hope everybody doesn't just grandstand on the situation of this, because things do happen. They're not always going to be 100% correct. And that's why we have what we have in place. I'm sure you was probably once you heard about this, you probably went directly to the facility and checked it out, correct?
I did.
So you followed the protocol and you did what you had to do. You turned it into the AG's office and DA's office of what needed to be done. And you also handled your officers and personnel, what had to be done there. So I think, you're just doing what happens in any facility. So thank you for that. So I just wanted to make sure I got it clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sirway. And now Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Searway. I just want to agree with you, and I'm glad that you brought that up, that what happens, it's actually exactly what data shows, that there is a result of children being incarcerated, that there is an effect on their behavior. The process of being incarcerated, of being put in a youth prison, the data is very clear. And I think that the data has been illuminated from what the commissioner has shared with us, from the report that we saw in 2020 from the Center for Children's Law and Policy, and the information that the commissioner has shared with us today. It's true to what the data across the country says, which is, in fact, when you have low and moderate risk youth and you put them into a child prison, you will see their acuity rise. You will see their level of risk increase. So, Senator Searway, I couldn't agree with you more. It's happening here in Maine, and it happens nationally. The result of incarcerating children, and again, this is indisputable, this is data. This isn't Charlotte Warren's opinion. This is data that shows that the result of incarcerating children is to actually, it increases their risk assessment. It doesn't decrease it. And in fact, that's what you shared with us today, Commissioner. Very sadly, that the report that we have from the Children's Center for Law and Policy tells us that 70% of the census were low and moderate risk. And now you're telling us that a year later, 80% are high risk. And I think we should all think very hard about what that data tells us. We didn't talk about the return to custody rate, but what we also know from the data is that once a child is incarcerated, the rate that they will stay within a Department of Corrections possession for most of their life increases as well. So I just want to, again, thank the senator for bringing that up, because I think it's really important. And it will be really important once we get the data from you, Commissioner, about the current assessment of risk of the census of the youth that you have now at Long Creek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Searway, is that a new hand, or did you fail to bring it down after you spoke?
Yes, it is. If I could just
Okay.
say something. When an individual commits a crime and there is accountability for that crime, so it's a way of getting them to not continue those behaviors, some type of deterrent. And so that's what the courts deal with constantly. So you can't just leave them in the same situation and expect nothing different to happen. So there is a reason for why they're at the facility.
Thank you, Senator Sirway. And I believe the last questioner will be Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up with you, Commissioner. I'd forgotten to ask, following the incident, just in terms of the follow-up that you did with staff, with the young people inside, with the parents of the young people involved in the incident. What if anything, was done in terms of staff debriefing, any clinical mental health work individually with each of the young people inside? Because I'm imagining that they're feeling a bit scared, given all that has happened, particularly with the 3 top leaders leaving all at the same time. And what has been sent to the parents, not by name or anything, but what transparency have you provided them?
So following any incident, we do a full debrief with the staff, and we bring in peer support and clinical support. In fact, when I was there, again on a Monday, we actually had clinicians there were called in from home to support the staff. And the same was true. We had some of the youth had elevated anxiety, and so the clinical staff rolled in. This was 11 o'clock at night, and so that's how important it is to us to bring in a psychologist to come in and spend time with them, one that they're familiar with, and de-escalate their anxiety a bit. And so we did that. We also reached out to some of the parents personally, and then we also sent letters out explaining to each of the parents of the residents the circumstances and the fact that if they have any questions, they could reach out to us personally for further information.
That's great. I'm really glad to hear that. I hope that will continue.
It will.
Because this will take some time likely. And just finally, if you could allow me this one last one, Senator, we did have some recommendations going back 5 years ago. I'm wondering if you can provide the committee with which recommendations have you implemented thus far since receiving the 2017 recommendations, so that we can kind of go forward together on that. And also in that report was indicated that we have in Maine a 42% recidivism rate. Now that was 5 years ago, of young people who are incarcerated. And I'd like to see, and I'm sure the committee would like to see, what does that number look like today? Given that really that's what public safety means. If we can reduce recidivism rate, we create less victims, we have less crime. That would be great.
Thank you. We'll provide that to you.
Thank you.
And thank you. I want to say, Representative Morales, thank you for that last 2 comments. That's a great wrap up from our discussions. To see what happened with those recommendations, how many were implemented, and explain why some weren't. And the recidivism is a good point to look at. Thank you. Representative Pickett, and if we could end there, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to, in response to one of the comments that were made, I wanted to just, we keep talking about the residents as children. And in the Maine Juvenile Justice System assessment that we had provided to us on page 39, on a 55 youth who spent time and commitment at Long Creek between June 1st, 2018 and May 31st, 2019. That's what this sample was taken from. And out of those youth, two were 13 years of age, 7 were 14 years of age, 7 were 15 years of age, 12 were 16, 10 were 17, and then 16 were 18, and there was 1 19, and the mean age, which they call, was 16.3 years, or 16 years old. So I mean, these are not children. These are all, I mean, not one of those they were all teenagers, even though there was a couple 13 and 14. So I I just think it's real important as we talk about this topic and as we talk about Long Creek and that facility, that we're not talking about children. We're talking about, in many cases, young people that are teenagers, that are older teenagers, and some that have even gone beyond the age of 18. So we have to keep that in focus as we discuss these things. And I want to thank you, Senator, for the way the way this conversation has run with Commissioner, and I want to thank the Commissioner for being here and being willing to sit here and listen to these questions and answer these questions. And I think it's been very helpful. Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Pickett. It's about 10 of 11. Let's have a break for 10 minutes, come back at 11, and we will have Attorney Atlee Riley. So from Disabilities Maine, Rights Maine, speak to us. So mute yourself, go get a glass of water, and we'll see each other in a few minutes. Thank you.
Nice to see you, Senator.
Oh, hi there. Hey, you're not Representative Dan Newman?
I know I couldn't fix it. I don't know what happened. I used my own Zoom link. I don't know why it did that. Maybe
Can you change it? I think Deb can change it. Yeah. Where is, there, she changed it.
awesome. Thanks, Deb.
Good.
You're welcome.
You at the State House, Senator?
Yes, because I've been having trouble with my computer and I needed the IT people here to help me. So, thank goodness. I will begin. I just don't want anyone to miss Mr. Riley's presentation. Okay. Everybody coming back? I would hope Anna, is the commissioner returning? Okay, there he is. Thank you. Thanks. All right, we shall begin. And I will introduce Atlee Riley. I believe, and he can say who he is. I think he's an attorney who works for Disability Rights Maine. Mr. Riley, I recall some correspondence with you that you weren't prepared or at that time to do a presentation, but I would like you to, again, the general public is watching, to describe Disability Rights Maine and your mission and your focus. And also pretty much, I think the general public discovered or read about the Long Creek incidents, and your organization was quoted. So if you could tell us your role in this, and whatever you wish to, we'll be having questions for you for sure. So again, thank you, Mr. Riley. Go right ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you to the chairs and the members of the committee for inviting me to be here. My name's Atlee Riley. I'm an attorney at Disability Rights Maine. I manage the work that we do with youth, both in the educational system and the juvenile justice system. I've been in that role since 2012. Disability Rights Maine is Maine's protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities. As a result of that designation, one of the things that we have a responsibility to do and we have authority to do is to go into places where youth with disabilities may reside, be that Long Creek, be that residential facilities, or if youth are in hospitals, psychiatric placements. That's a federal access authority that due to our designation as the protection and advocacy agency in Maine that we have. Due to that, we have conducted regular monitoring over the years in Long Creek. That was for a period of time, certainly during COVID, was remote, but has been back for several months now, in-person monitoring, and we plan to continue that while taking all necessary precautions and all the precautions that the facility wants us to take. And I will say that, Commissioner Liberty and the folks at the facility have always been, welcoming of us. The folks that are tasked with taking us around in the facility are always willing to show us what we ask them to show us. And I do want to, thank them for that. I did email the committee and let the committee know that I'm here at your invitation. And so I'm not going to be making a statement such as it is. However, I did provide the committee with 4 documents, and I just want to describe each of them briefly and let the committee know that I'm fully prepared to answer any questions that you have about any of those documents, and we'll go from there. Hopefully that kind of give and take will provide this committee more of what they need. So those documents are a letter that we wrote on September 2nd, 2021 to Commissioner Liberty and others regarding some concerns about specifically, and it speaks in most detail about, because that's what we have the most information about, an incident on August 2nd It also provides some information about an incident on August 30th. And situates that in a broader context that's already been discussed today, in the context of the recommendations made by the Center for Children's Law and Policy in both, and primarily the conditions assessment that was done in Long Creek in September of 2017. That's the second document that I provided to the committee. The only document that I provided that's not generally publicly available, although I don't have any, there's no concerns about, people that have it distributing it further, is the letter. But these other documents, the 2017 assessment, which has been discussed, was a conditions assessment done by the Center for Children's Law and Policy. I did want to kind of correct potentially a misunderstanding about that assessment. It wasn't paid for by the state of Maine. It was paid for by the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, of which I'm a member. I just wanted to clarify that. Yep. And so that's in your packet, or I don't know how it got to you, somewhere electronically. The third document, just going chronologically, is the PCG report that was done by the Maine Department of Health and Human Services, contracted with the Public Consulting Group. That was completed in December 2018, and it really provides an assessment of the children's behavioral health system in Maine at that time. Although a lot of the questions haven't gone there, I'm prepared to discuss how the struggles at Long Creek, I think both in 2017 and as we're seeing today, are really situated within a broader failure to provide a full continuum of community-based placements for youth with disabilities. I think that Long Creek has been asked to do things that they're not set up to do. The Department of Corrections has been asked to do over a number of years other people's jobs. And so it sometimes causes difficulties. And they have done it well and in some instances, but they've been filling gaps that it's not necessarily the role of a Department of Corrections to fill. Both Commissioner Liberty and Associate Commissioner O'Neill, I think, have really tried to fill gaps because they needed to be filled. But because of this lack of a broader system of care for youth, it's caused stresses and problems when we fill a facility with youth, as has been documented in report after report, whose needs really can't be met in such a facility. And then the last is the Juvenile Justice Systems Assessment from 2020, also done by Mark Soler and his group, and also funded by the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, which receives federal monies and is responsible for distributing them in accordance with a 3-year plan and other things. And we determined, especially in light of the 2017 assessment, that it was worth spending quite a significant amount of our relatively small amount of money to get that more comprehensive look, leading to that and governed kind of by that task force. So those are the documents that I'm really prepared to discuss. Again, the incidents that I can discuss in detail is really limited to August 2nd, although I can provide some information about our ongoing monitoring there. We were last at Long Creek on September 15th and had a debrief even earlier this week with the new administration there. And our next visit is planned in mid-October. With that, I am very happy and expect, and I'm very happy that I was able to go to my car and pilfer one of the after-school snacks when I pick up my kiddo. So I have a little bit of fuel in me, and so I expect a number of questions, and I'm happy to answer them.
Great, thank you. Do I see anyone that may have a question? And I'll begin with Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the last statement about they try to fill the gaps in such a facility but can't meet those gaps. Is there a facility you have in mind that could meet even the safety standards for the juveniles and the officers that would meet the gap that you're talking about?
Well, part of me wants to say, how much time do you have? But I do need to step back a little bit, I think, to try and answer that question. I can't speak to the individual youth and the individual needs of each and every youth in that facility. But what I can speak to is that we have a system in Maine that is really plugged up and it results in kids getting stuck at really high levels of care. And the reason they get stuck there, and I don't think this isn't really my opinion, it's been documented, is because of a general lack of community-based services and supports. And I'll explain why that's relevant briefly. The PCG assessment said, look, the services aren't available, the community-based services aren't available when needed or at all. And what happens, and they documented this in several different areas through the report, is that then you get youth who get in a residential facility, for example, who can't discharge. Maine has very long lengths of stay for youth that go into residential facilities, and they can't discharge because they don't have community-based services to discharge to. And then youth who might need to be in residential facilities for a short period of time can't get into those facilities because they're plugged up with youth who should be served somewhere else. And so kind of my thinking about this system is that we could move the vast majority of youth down a scale if we had appropriate community-based services. And so does that mean that there might still be a handful of students, and Mark Soler can talk about this a little bit in more detail. I forget the number in the 2020 report, but there was a recommendation for a relatively small number of staff secure confinement beds. And it sounds like that's what the department's potentially working towards. The vast majority of youth, I think, could be served in less restrictive settings than Long Creek. And I think you heard from the commissioner that 7 or 8 youth are waiting for those, waiting for those types of placements right now. Please follow up if you don't think that was responsive, but I could talk about this particular thing all day. So.
Well, just a follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Yep.
So it sounds like you're saying the same thing that the commissioner is working at, is trying to get them, the ones that don't have to be there in another facility, and trying to do that in a step-by-step fashion so that it doesn't happen all at once, so that it's not a real big mess, So I can see, but you didn't really discuss how the safety aspect, you're talking residential, but where's the safety aspect there? And that's what I'm concerned about, because it seems like this is what I'm dealing with when I'm listening to our own committee here. There's a lot that strongly misses that safety issue. They look at just getting children into a residential. They never talk about the safety aspect when they crimes, and there's got to be a deterrent, and there's also got to be accountability. And so that's what I'm concerned about. And it sounds like that you still have the same thought process as what the commissioner is trying to do, but I think there seems to be some type of misconnection somewhere, or safety issue.
Well, in my experience, and again, I'm talking about the likely significant number of youth that have been documented over a number of reports who have significant mental health needs that have been unmet. We're talking about kids who have been failed by our educational system, who've been failed in some instances by our child welfare system, and who've been failed by our children's behavioral health system. And in my experience, when we appropriately meet their needs, then safety concerns become resolved, by and large. Does that happen every time? No. And so I completely understand where your question's coming from. But in my experience, and I believe that, and Mark can talk about this a little bit more, the theory of change put forward in the 2020 Juvenile Justice Systems Assessment was, if we have a robust continuum of care and youth could be served at appropriate levels along that continuum, rather than stuck at higher, much more expensive levels, including Long Creek, including hospitals, emergency departments, out-of-state residential placements, far from their homes where their families can't participate in their treatment. If we could have that system to get youth back in the appropriate levels of care, I believe, and that there'd be a very small number of youth that would probably fit in the category that you're talking about. And it sounds to me like the commissioner is working towards smaller, more consistent with national best practice facilities to meet the needs of those youth that would include public safety needs. Hopefully that's a little bit more responsive, Senator.
Thank you. That's quite well. Are you all set, Senator Serway? Okay. Yeah.
Yes, just one quick thing. I think, I was on a task force with Judge, and I don't know if you're familiar with him, but anyway, he lies that there's lack of resources to do what you're talking about, and that's why they end up where they are. And I think maybe that's something.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you were cutting out a little bit, but I think I got the gist of what you were saying. And in my experience talking with the attorneys who represent youth in Long Creek, they consistently are frustrated because they know that the judiciary just wants them to present another option. And the judiciary just knows that what they're doing is not best for these youth, but it's the only option that the attorneys before them can present, and it frustrates everyone. And one thing that wasn't discussed in the statement submitted by DHHS is what's the role of some therapeutic foster care in this. Both the PCG report and Mark Solar's report from 2020 talked about how, look, we may be locking kids up just because we are, actually, because there's no safe place for them to go. And for all the reasons that have been surfaced in this conversation to date, given the harms of any touch by the juvenile justice system, but the well-documented harms of touches with the deep parts of the system, which I don't think is controversial, we can't be doing that. And it's unfair to the children. It's unfair to the people trying to do right by the children that we don't have a system and we don't have safe places for them to go when they need that, when their family can't provide that structure, hopefully on a temporary basis, while we push in intensive community-based supports to build up that family's ability to support that child safely in the community and be a productive member of society. That we need other places, maybe short of residential treatment. A lot of the youth might not need that, but they might need a safe place to be. And we don't have that. That wasn't really addressed in DHHS's letter to you, but it is in a recommendation in both of the kind of large reports before this committee.
Thank you. And thank you for all those comments. I think you're very correct. Another way of saying it, if it's not out there in the community, they knock on the door of Long Creek and they have to open that door. And they have to replicate all those services that other areas should be addressing. So thank you for that.
I'm sorry, could I say one comment based on what you just said? Because it reminded me of something I wanted to say. And that is, you're exactly right, that Long Creek is the only what would be called like zero eject, zero reject facility in the state. It's the only place that doesn't say no. And despite attempts, I think valiant attempts sometimes to bar the door, they do not say no. And another recommendation in the reports that are before you, both in the 2020 system assessment and in the 2018 Children's Behavioral Health Assessment, was that we need mental health residential facilities that won't say no. And I think it's good timing for this committee to be thinking about that, although you're not the committee of jurisdiction, but I'm going to say it anyway. We're currently proposing to raise the rates of our residential providers in the state, but we're not taking the opportunity to ensure that they will accept youth that are approved for residential treatment, and then we'll keep them and not send them to Long Creek in the back of a police car. Disability Rights Maine did a report several years ago about residential facilities referring youth at significant levels to the juvenile justice system. Those zero eject, zero reject policies are in place in other states. And it's very important that that there be a mechanism to get youth into these placements, because as I'm sure the commissioner would tell you and others that work at Long Creek, once youth are in Long Creek, they become almost universally denied from in-state residential placements, and they have to look out of state. And there's nothing right now under the current mechanisms for the state to say, look, you have an open bed and you're looking to fill it with a youth, and here's the youth that's the highest priority, and you will take that youth. So thank you for allowing me to say that in case I forgot to say it later.
Good. We're on the same wavelength. All right, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney Riley. I want to thank you specifically for bringing this to light. I doubt very much whether or not we would have heard about these incidents had it not been for your letter and your narrative report on that. So thank you very much, and for the work that you do with the youth at Long Creek. So according to the 2020 report, over 2/3 of youth at Long Creek had received behavioral health care or mental health treatment in the year prior to their commitment to Long Creek. So I just want you to describe the nature of some of the disability that the youth that you represent at Long Creek are experiencing, and how the use of prone restraints or the deployment of tear gas could result in lasting harm to them over the course of their lifetimes, and whether or not that sort of practice is restorative.
Well, I'll start at the end in that restraints are never restorative, period. And prone restraints are inherently dangerous, and as you've heard, they're contrary to policy. I don't want to speak to any specific youth, but I will say in general, the youth that we have worked with more closely at Long Creek invariably have multiple traumatic experiences in their background. Some have developmental disabilities, not as many as have complex mental health needs. As you probably know, determining the precise nature of a young person's mental health needs is very difficult. You can send a youth to 3 different evaluators and you're going to get different constellations of diagnoses. But in general, these are youth who have significant social, emotional, behavioral needs. That's all wrapped up in trauma, and it manifests itself in an inability at times to conform their behaviors to the expectations of adults in their lives, and has led often to the path, sometimes a long path, sometimes a short path, that finds them in the deep end of our juvenile justice system. And I think you had a third part of your question and I didn't answer it.
Yeah, thank you for that. Just basically, what sort of lasting harm, what does it look like when these techniques, these restraints are used on these youth?
Well, I'm going to maybe kick some of that question to Mark Solar, but I think there's a lot of research that demonstrates that, well, 2 things, that physical management is not effective in changing future behavior, right? So if you manage someone physically, it may be sometimes an appropriate or a necessary response to an emergent situation. But in our experience, almost all of those things could be avoided if you take a step back, or 2 steps back, or 10 steps back, and you deal with all the antecedents to just avoid the situation in the first place. And those could be environmental, as the commissioner has mentioned about, removing things that could potentially be used as a weapon. But more often they're relational, and they're building good relationships with a youth that you could send someone in to de-escalate the situation that is coming at it from a real clinical approach that's informed by the relationship that they've built with that youth. So once you get to the, Ross Green, who, we have the benefit of living here in Maine now, says, what he says is it's too late once you get to that point. All the work that we need to do is to not have an emergency. And when we get to an emergency, there are times when the only thing that might keep people safe is some sort of physical management. But we should all view that as on some level a treatment failure. And then when we do engage in physical management, and that's what's highlighted in our letter, we can't do so in ways that are contrary to policy, that are exacerbate, that have significant known risks. And so it's really two things. It's how do we avoid getting to that point? And then when we do have to intervene in an emergent fashion, how do we do so in the way that's most safe, most appropriate, and least likely to exacerbate people's existing mental health conditions? Thank you.
Great. Yeah, so it exacerbates these conditions that are, when these techniques are used, it exacerbates these conditions, makes it more likely perhaps in the future that the youth will recidivate, keep committing crimes, having to be placed into these settings where that sort of cycle perpetuates, it sounds like, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. It can exacerbate certain mental health conditions. It can be significantly contraindicated by certain mental health needs. What I can say clearly is it does not help ever in reducing future behavior and may make that future behavior more likely. The only thing it can be good for is addressing an emergent situation, which we should try to avoid in the future.
Gotcha. Thanks very much. I have another question I'd like to ask, but I'll let some other folks go.
Okay. Representative Lookner, I made a note. I think that I heard you say the use of tear gas. That's the first time I've ever heard that. I don't believe they have tear gas at the
I thank you for that clarifying question. I think, I'm not an expert. I don't know the difference between tear gas and perhaps
pepper spray,
referred to as OC.
Yeah.
So which I maybe understand as a face and lung irritant.
I just wanted to correct that. Thank you. Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here, Mr. Riley. Couple of questions for you. As I've been looking over your letter concerning the safety and things at Long Creek, and my question for you is, how did you come about doing this investigation? What did it entail, the actual process of your investigation, and who did you actually talk to?
Thank you. Good question. I want to be clear that we did a very limited investigation, and we were so concerned by what we saw that we felt we needed to send this letter. And so I'll talk about what that limited investigation entailed. It entailed speaking with youth at the facility on our regular monitoring visit who reported concerns to us. And then it involved us following up with other people in their lives who might have additional information about that. It also included an individual who was so concerned about this that they shared and allowed us to view a video of the incident. As a result, I have a high degree of confidence in the statements in the letter with regard to the incident on August 2nd. I did not feel, based on what I saw, that we could wait to conduct a complete investigation to request all the records. And instead, I made the request in the letter, which I'm thrilled that Commissioner Liberty, has now agreed, to do. And that is that they bring in the Center for Children's Law and Policy to do a targeted investigation. Had they not done that, then yes, we would have done a full, complete investigation, which would have included requesting access to all the video, interviewing staff, interviewing all students. But again, once I saw what I saw, I did not feel comfortable allowing the normal process to take shape. And I sent the letter to the commissioner, and I put it in the hands of attorneys that were representing these youth and the members of the task force and Mark Solar, who I knew was still working with the state, because I did not feel comfortable living, being the only person who knew about this with the ability to do something about it. So I got it in the hands of the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the attorneys who were representing these youth in court because of the significant safety concerns that I had as a result of witnessing multiple prone restraints in a short period of time, and things that were documented and have been confirmed here today as being contrary to policy. And when you're operating outside of policy, you are increasing significantly the risk of serious injury or harm. And when you're engaging in prone restraint that has any amount of pressure on the back of youth, then you're really increasing the serious risk of injury or harm. So it was a very limited investigation, but I feel very confident in the information that is in our letter.
Do you feel that you have any inherent bias against Long Creek and the use of incarceration for youths, even youths that are extremely violent? Do you feel like you have any kind of bias against that right off the bat?
Well, I have a bias toward thinking that the state has an obligation to keep kids safe. And if they're being subjected to procedures that are contrary to policy, then they're not keeping them safe. I also have a bias toward effective treatment. And whenever clinicians are not involved in de-escalation as recommended in 2017, then yes, I have a bias when that is happening. So yes.
Do you think your bias would definitely alter your perspective in like a report like this, and from what you're hearing from outsiders versus actually talking with staff and doing a full report versus a general report and getting it in hands of certain legislators that have a bias against Long Creek to begin with?
Well, well, Senator, I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
Yes, Representative Renecki, that line of questioning is like putting Mr. Riley on the spot, and that he's the one that needs to be investigated. I'll let him answer what he wants to answer of that. He represents a legitimate organization that's their function and their job. We today need to, and he brought it to our attention, or else we wouldn't be talking about it. But I will let him decide what he wants to answer. And I would ask others also not to go into that line of questioning. He is not the one that should be criticized at this point. So go ahead, Mr. Riley.
No, it's fine. Thank you very much. I believe that everything in that letter is accurate, and I stand behind it. I also have been involved in these reform efforts to try and get our juvenile justice system to a place that's more aligned with national best practice. And I've been involved in the reform efforts to try and get our children's behavioral system in line with national best practice, so we're not foisting the responsibilities of other agencies off onto those systems. And so I do have a bias to following these national reports that our agency has been involved in, and the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group has been involved in bringing to the state of Maine. And so it's not anything I'll apologize for, and it's not anything that impacted the factual information in my letter. And again, I think, to the extent you're saying we didn't do a complete investigation, that's clear from the letter, and we would do it if the state wasn't engaging with Mark Solar. But given his relationship with the state, given that he is one of 3 or 4 national experts that I think people would uniformly agree would be the right person to come in this sort of situation, it's not a good use of our agency's resources to duplicate that effort. And we're going to return to regular order in our monitoring at Long Creek and continue to bring concerns to the attention of administration as we have done. This was an extreme situation that called for a more aggressive and quick response, that we could not wait to do our normal in-depth investigation. But I appreciate your question.
Okay. Thank you. You did mention, let me ask you, you sent the letter, and it piqued my curiosity, to the legislative branch. I didn't see it till just recently.
I copied in the letter, you can see at the end, I copied Representative Brennan in his capacity as one of the co-chairs of the task force.
Yep.
And so I copied all the co-chairs of the task force. There were 3. And I also indicated in a letter that I was going to be sending it to all the attorneys doing post-disposition work at Long Creek, so that they could take any sort of more immediate action with regard to their individual clients that they could, because we don't represent these youth individually. We were in there, and this is a more systemic concern.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I now have Representative Morales, followed by Representative Warren, and then Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Riley. I was wondering if we could circle back to what you were talking about home and community-based services and the gap there. And can you explain to us what that is in your vision of what we should be really thinking about, what we should be investing in? Folks have mentioned things like an ACT team. Folks have talked about intensive services at home. What does that look like?
Well, a good system is complicated, but it's also simple. I mean, you need to provide youth and families what they need, right? That's the simple part. The complicated part is doing that. And it needs to be based on an individualized assessment. And some youth are going to need things that are very different than other youth. But generally, in that system, I already mentioned therapeutic foster care, some other sort of, non-residential treatment placement, but just for the youth who may be not safe for a period of time. Also high fidelity wraparound, really high intensive wraparound services in the community, which, it has clinical involvement, has adults that could be out in the community with that youth, trying to get them engaged in pro-social activities. It could, in some circumstances, it could involve just targeted work with the family, right? And I'm leaving out lots of things. There's a place for residential care in that system. But again, as I was mentioning earlier, the system's kind of plugged up. And so because we don't have those less intensive services that are available across the state, it used to be that like the unavailability was regional and things, and it's still exacerbated, but it's really a statewide issue, the availability of those services. And then the services that we do have for some youth who need the really intensive home and community-based services, those wraparound type services, including one example of a type of approach like that could be, with the ACT team. So it really is, it needs to be individualized. We need to know what does that specific child and family need, and we need to figure out how to provide it. And if we fail to do that, then they're going to be more expensive because they're going to be in higher levels of care. And we have a lot of youth, some of the youth end up in emergency departments, and in the PCG report, they talk about that's one of the pathways to Long Creek, because then they might engage in behaviors there that result in criminal involvement. And we've had a couple cases like that recently. So if we can get that lower level of care broadened and allow some more intensive services within that to meet individual needs, then we will really have a lot more capacity in our higher level of care for those youth who do need it. And they won't get stuck there for so long, because there'll be services to discharge them too, which we don't have. And I know Long Creek struggles as well when they're trying to find places other than Long Creek to put youth, because they don't have that kind of intensive home and community-based service array to choose from or available to them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have things I need to ask, but I will hold off. I didn't have my hand up, and I want to recognize Representative Warren and then Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney Riley, for being here today. My question, I have just a two-part question, and the first is, could you just give us a description, an illustration of the youth inside Long Creek? Since you are someone who, you and your organization are someone who spends time there, tell us about the youth, give us a picture. And secondly, what did you see that escalated the youth's behavior? You talked about making sure that you got this into somebody else's hands as soon as you could. what is it that you've seen that has escalated the youth's behavior? And thank you again for being here.
Well, thank you. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to fully answer either of those questions. The youth at Long Creek are individuals. We see some youth there that have, people's mental health and social, emotional, behavioral needs manifest in different ways. And some of the youth there, they manifest as, outward, outward aggression. Other youth, turn very inward, and they find it a very difficult place to be. All youth that are there seem to have needs that have been unmet over the course of their lives. And when we do get deeply involved with a youth who may have touched Long Creek, it's almost universal that there have been failures by multiple systems. It often starts with education, and then children's behavioral health and lack of timely intervention, and leads to there. So to the extent I dive deep into a youth's history, who's in Long Creek, it's never, it's always a very depressing story with a lot of missed opportunities. So that's all I have to say on that. I'm sorry. And I forgot the second half of your question because I almost got emotional there.
It's understandable. Thank you. The second part was, what is it that you saw that escalated the youth's behavior?
Well, I'm going to try and be careful today to stay within the confines of my letter, out of respect for what I understand are ongoing and soon to be conducted investigations. But I will highlight something, if I can find it, in the letter that I think is important, and that was that in obtaining information about this, we kind of had the same concerns about training that were identified in the 2017 conditions assessment, and that it just wasn't apparent that staff seemed well trained to de-escalate it. And it seemed like, based on the information we have, but I recognize there'll be a fuller investigation and that my perspective on this is narrow. It seemed like even in that narrow perspective, there were roads not taken that could have resulted in the avoidance of the use of force. Setting aside the fact that once force was used, it was inappropriate. But I think that there were roads not taken where potentially that could have happened. So what I said in the letter was, again, in this narrow view, there were minimal observable attempts to de-escalate the situation, and on information and belief, because I obtained some information that leads me to be able to say this to you with some degree of confidence, that the staff had determined prior to entering the room which of the youth they were going to restrain. And then it appeared, although there's no audio, that there was some attempt verbally to de-escalate, and that some command was made or some call was made. And then all the youth everybody went toward the youth that they had already decided outside the door to restrain. That may be incorrect. I don't know it to be certain, but what it tells me, what I believe is that when they went into that room, it was already a foregone conclusion that force was going to be used. I hope that's not true, but I didn't see clinicians in that room. And that's one thing that Mark Soler and his team recommended, is when there are these sorts of standoffs, when youth are saying like, no, I'm not going in my room as you tell me to do, then we could try and approach it a different way. And I know that there were some other incidents referenced in earlier testimony here. This was not an incident where youth were using anything as a weapon or anything like that. In my estimation, the immediate escalation that led to the restraints was more born out of an attempt to gain control of the situation. And I think it's the sort of thing that could be addressed with the type of training that was recommended 4 years ago in the 2019 report. But a more comprehensive investigation will be done. I'm sure additional information and context will be uncovered, but that's what I put in my letter by and large, and that's what it appeared happened, and that it calls for more indifferent approaches when there's a situation when there's non-compliance. You can get compliance in different ways, and it seemed like this way led to a situation where it escalated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Riley, for being here today. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correctly.
Yes, thank you.
Listening to especially the last 2 or 3 questions and answers, it sounds to me like, and maybe I'm misunderstanding. That's why I want to know before I pose my question. It sounds like you're talking a lot about the August 2nd and the August 30 situation that took place, because those were both in your letter, and not a great deal about what happened just recently. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. I'm not speaking at all to anything that happened outside of August 2nd and August 30th. And I have a lot more information and a lot more confidence about the things that I say about August 2nd, which is why I'm saying more than I do about August 30th.
Okay. Yeah. And I appreciate that. You made a statement. You said restraints are never restorative. And I just kind of wish you could elaborate on that a little bit more for us.
Again, I am not aware of any research that says that restraints will improve behavior in the future, or that they're effective at doing anything except obtaining temporary compliance or addressing an acute immediate safety concern. But you have, and I'm sorry to do this to you, Mark, but you have a national expert on some of this stuff coming, and you also have one of the national experts on it, Ross Green, in our midst. And I take some of my cues certainly from Dr. Green on this, and I am just not aware of any research that says restraint is a way to improve behavior. But I do recognize that there are times when it's a necessary intervention in the moment, but it represents more often than not a failure to take some off roads, and it just depends. Do you take one step back or 10? Does that help?
So, yeah, and I think that's a very good explanation of that. But and from what you had to say, I think what you're saying is there are times where there may have to be an intervention to stop in the moment of something really out of control if it needs to be done. It's not the thing that we want to see end up being the end way of dealing with the situation. But there are some times, such as people in a room with chair legs and table legs as potential weapons, aggressive behavior and stuff like that, that there may be a position at a time, and that could actually restraint would be the right thing to do if properly done. And would, I guess the other part of it, I was looking at your letter, and I think you also, I don't have any, page 3, and you talk about, I think that's the right one, having mental health clinicians involved in standoffs between youth and staff and confrontations while the incidents are going on, and that they spend more time in the units like Cedar, blah, blah, blah. So my question would be on the situation that happened just recently, with that getting out of control like that, is that something you would still think that there should be a mental health clinician there in the room with them when that kind of activity is going on?
Absolutely. And to prevent that sort of activity. I mean, I again, I'm not going to be someone who comes before you and says that there's never a situation in this world where physical intervention, doesn't become necessary. But a healthy approach to it is, if you get to that point, that you do a whole lot of debriefing and figuring out how to avoid that from happening again. And one of the ways that you can prevent it in the first place is to have people that really have a good clinical approach and really truly understand and live de-escalation, so that they're not coming into the situation as a situation that involves power and control, but is more problem solving and trying to get at the root cause. And so even in a circumstance when a youth is brandishing some sort of weapon, it doesn't necessarily mean that that youth is then going to run forward and aggress with it. It might very well be that if a clinician just came in that they already have a relationship with and just said, hey, how about you and I walk over there, we're going to leave all this behind. Doesn't mean it's going to be perfectly effective. Absolutely not. But should we at least try? And it's not my opinion. In that part of the letter you were referencing was just summarizing the recommendations to this effect in the 2020 or the 2017 conditions assessment at Long Creek, because my understanding is when they were reviewing, and Mark Soler can talk more about this, about the amount of kind of incidents they reviewed and video that they reviewed, and what they found, I think, was while things were going well in many instances, where they weren't going well, there was a lack of this clinical involvement. There was a more of a quickness to do things that might escalate the situation. And when you're dealing with youth, and this is a lot of youth in Long Creek that have significant traumatic experiences in their past, there are lots of things that adults could do to trigger that, and you're going to get, with some of those youth, you're going to get a fight response. And so the value of having clinicians involved is to avoid doing anything where you could basically back a youth into a corner, whether it's an actual corner or a psychological corner, where their response, due to their mental health needs and their past experiences, the only response that they can muster is an aggressive response. And so you get a clinician to avoid getting to that place, because once you get to that place, it's too late, right? So hopefully that's, I'm not a clinician. I just consume things that clinicians say. And so that's what that part of the letter was.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. There are a couple of comments I could make on that, but I'll ask Mark Soler on that and let you off the hook. Thank you.
Senator Searway. And then I'll wrap up and a segue to Mr. Soler, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Riley, I've been listening, and I worked in the jail system back in the late 80s and early 90s, and we had AmHigh, and I also have taken juveniles over to AmHigh, and it would fit them better than it did going to the juvenile, and in some cases, and I, on that part, I think that we just do not have the resources. There are some that I've taken yet, but we don't have. We don't have Jackson Brook. We don't have those mental health facilities like they used to. And saying about resources, but also you're talking about clinicians being involved, and I've had a friend that worked actually at the jail, and he was a clinician, and he also went to, and he got injured very seriously, and I'm just wondering, he point where he was disabled because of his injury. So I'm just saying that there are limits, and you have to react sometimes to a safety issue. And I'm just hoping that you can use a broader view than just a clinician taking care of it. There are a danger involved when you have high risk situations like that. And I just want you to, I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but I know there's issues that come in consideration in a correctional facility.
And I apologize for whatever reason I'm having difficulty, but again, I think I got the gist of what you were saying, and that is, that perhaps there would be there are better places there could be better places more equipped to handle some of these youth. And I completely agree. I mean, I think, and it was documented in the 2017 conditions assessment and 2020 that there are youth that we're putting into Long Creek because of the lack of alternatives. I don't, however, think that we need more beds in this state. And DHHS sent you a memo in lieu of their participation here that indicates we have 459 licensed residential treatment beds in the state, and only 199 of them are filled. And there's a lot of work to be done around increasing quality in those places. And there's a lot of work to be done, as I talked about, in establishing a kind of zero reject, zero eject approach, letting some of these places really specialize and ensuring that they're supported and can meet the needs of some of the most acute youth. Because I think it's most likely, and again, I think Mark can speak to some of this, that you're going to have some of these what seem like very difficult safety issues in a correctional setting when you have youth whose mental health needs just can't be met in that setting, which is what the reports have said. So I agree that we need a different response. I think a lot of people, when they hear something like that, think that it means we need more beds or more facilities. And I just think that we need to use the ones we have effectively and resource them effectively and ensure that they take the most difficult kids and are supported in serving the most difficult kids. And they can only do that if we have some of the youth that are there and others served in home and community-based settings where they need to be as well. And any residential placement should be short. Research is pretty clear that more than 6 months is you get diminishing returns, and Maine is consistently has longer stays than that. And that goes to some of the quality issues that we're experiencing, that hopefully with some of the reforms that are being put in place with quality QRTP residential standards, and hopefully we'll be moving in a more of a quality direction. But thank you for that.
I'd like to move.
Just a question on the follow-up on that.
Really wrap it up. We are cutting time. I don't want to focus too much on that. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question that we hadn't really gotten to, but you did get to it, Attorney Riley, at the end, and I think it's really important. You mentioned the memo from HHS, and so I want to highlight those numbers and hear about your proposed solution. I heard you reference at the beginning of your time with us a proposal in HHS, so I'd like us to know a little bit more about that. I know we'll be interested in that. But as you said, we have 459 children's residential beds, 199 are used. So that means we have 260 empty licensed children's residential beds. We have 76 children that we have sent out of state. I can't imagine how expensive that is. Additionally, what that does when you geographically remove a child from their parents, as you also noted earlier. But the part that breaks my heart additionally is we have 63 youth who need help that are on waiting lists right now. And some of those youth, because they're on waiting lists, are in Long Creek. So just to make it a little clearer, we have 260 empty beds and 63 youth on our wait list. What is going on there? What is your proposal over in HHS so that we can help? And we will be doing a follow-up with HHS. We just don't know what that's going to look like. We're hoping to do it on a day that someone from their shop can join us. So sorry if that was too many questions. I can repeat one if you need me to.
No, I mean, when you ask multiple ones, I just get to pick the one to answer, right? No,
sure.
So I'm not the person who can lay out exactly how this can be solved. It's been a long-standing problem. There are very real workforce issues, right? I think that there's also been, and this was documented in the PCG report, over time, the ability of the Office of Child and Family Services to provide supervision and technical support and other support to the residential providers has been eroded, and it hasn't been, in my view, built back up yet. And so my guess, and I think you received an email to this effect late last night from Betsy Sweet, is that the providers would say, and likely accurately, that the funding for their services hasn't kept up. And so some of that is probably at play. I think in general, the state needs to exercise more oversight over our residential treatment beds. They need to exercise more oversight over who fills those beds and for how long. They need to provide whatever resources and support that these providers need to utilize our existing capacity well, while they also build up home and community-based services so that kids don't get stuck in those beds for really extended periods of time that are well beyond any sort of research that would show it has therapeutic value. And we also need to stop using our residential beds and Long Creek for kids who just don't have a safe place to go. And I think Betsy's email talked about therapeutic foster care, and I mentioned that earlier, some other intensive mental health treatment where youth could have a safe place to go and then get home and community-based mental health services, wraparound services, things like that. Talk about something that could save this state a lot of money. That is certainly it. So I think I answered all your questions. If I didn't, will you let me know which one I missed?
You did a very good job. Do you happen to remember what bill you had, what the number is in HHS?
I'm sorry. Yes. So the reference was that there's a couple things going on where there's some, I'll probably get some of the acronyms wrong, but Maine is required to kind of up its game a little bit, just like all other states are with regard to residential funds due to some federal legislation. And all of the residential programs have to do some additional licensing work. There's some additional standards and things at play. And as part of that, it's the Section 97 Maine Care rules. As part of that, the rates are being raised. I forget how much, but and who knows? I'm not going to say whether it's enough or not. That's for other people to say. But the rates are being raised. And my comment earlier was just to say, when we're raising those rates, we should take this opportunity to ensure that the state has a little bit more control over who goes into those beds and has a little bit more control over discharge from those facilities. Because what you'll find if you, Mark can probably speak to some of this from the 2020 assessment, when you look at youth in Long Creek and you track back where they were, a significant percentage of them, their last stop was a residential facility. And we see multiple pathways for that. Sometimes it's direct, right? They might be there on probation and then they do something that's likely related to the reason they're in treatment and they end up in the back of a police car. Or they may get taken to an emergency department and do something there that ends them up in the back of a police car. But we need to do something to support these programs so that they provide treatment and don't criminalize disability-related behavior. And it's called often a zero eject, zero reject approach or policy. And my comment earlier was just saying, while we're raising the rates, we should take the opportunity to include that type of approach in the rules as suggested by the PCG report in 2018 and the solar conditions assessment and system assessment in 2020.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Riley, but I'm going to speak about what Mr. Riley has mentioned and what our commissioner has mentioned and what we've been discussing for the last 3 hours. And Mr. Sola, I'd be interested in hearing your comment on what is mulling through my head. And you all know I have a historical perspective. I think the thing that hits me the most is the youth leaving a correctional facility like Long Creek. We all know they are labeled after that, whether they were there appropriately or inappropriately, they are labeled. And so the beds do not open as much. And they may have been in Long Creek and they were somewhat inappropriately placed there because we've all heard it said by judges, I don't have any place else to put the child. Now, my historical perspective of this is I try to parallel that to what we do with adults. You get arrested for a crime. You may have shown some signs of a mental illness or a substance use disorder, and you have a defense attorney who can require or ask the judge for an evaluation in the forensic unit. Before there was a forensic unit, there was AMHI. AMHI was the place you went for an evaluation. It finally dawned on them the same facility that does the evaluation is the facility that the person, the adult, would stay if they found them not guilty by reason of insanity. So the assessments to the judges were a little misrepresented. That is why there is a separate forensic unit, independent of Riverview. Their primary function is to do a legitimate assessment. So what you were saying, Mr. Riley, I truly believe a place like Long Creek is the only place in town, and also as a result of many failures from other systems, be it education or mental health or what have you. So what happens is when a youth, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're following this, when youth arrive at Long Creek, the crime was committed on Friday night, they're there Friday night. They're there Saturday morning. They are detained. Not much of an assessment because that same facility has to take care of everybody else. I question the true assessments. I don't know a good definition of what Long Creek does for assessment, but when that individual, that youth, the child, goes before the judge has very little to base what that individual has for a substance use disorder, a mental health crisis, family background, and there's nothing else to do but send him or her back to Long Creek. So I just think I just think Long Creek has been asked to do many functions that other facilities or other organizations are not doing. It's a confined unit, and there's a disconnect between an arrest and going before the judge. That's where the assessment should be, so that individual probably could be diverted from a facility like Long Creek, so they wouldn't end up being labeled when they really needed services when they get out. So that is the Sue DeChambeau way of looking at life, I guess. So I will turn it over to Mr. Solar. And I truly appreciate what you said, Mr. Riley. I learned a lot today, or else it triggered a lot of thoughts in my head. Mr. Solar, you've been so patient, and nice to see you again. Thank you. So I will turn it over to you. And thank you for indulging me in making those crazy girl comments. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Sola.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to meet with you. I am the executive director and founder of the Center for Children's Law and Policy. The organization is 15 years old. Before we started CCLP, I was the executive director and then president of the Youth Law Center, which is based in California. As you all know, my organization has done 2 reports, one as an assessment of Long Creek and a second as an assessment of the juvenile justice system in the state of Maine. The assessment that we did in 2017 was based on the juvenile detention facility standards that were developed for the Annie E. Casey Foundation as part of its Juvenile Detention Alternatives Initiative, which is a national campaign to reduce populations in juvenile detention facilities without jeopardizing public safety. Part of the Juvenile Detention Alternatives Initiative or JDAI, involves ensuring that when young people are detained or incarcerated, that they are held in safe and humane conditions. The foundation asked my organization, as well as another organization, to work with more than 24 experts around the country to develop the standards. And we developed a set of about 900 standards divided into 8 categories. And we conducted the assessment looking at every one of those 900 standards. And you have the report that we put together. As we were doing the research on the report, and when we were at Long Creek and talking to young people and looking at the records, it became clear to us that at least half of the young people at Long Creek were not there because they were dangers to the community or even dangers of not showing up in court. They were there because there was no responsible parent or guardian in their lives, or because they needed mental health services. And as the result of that, we recommended in our 2017 report that it might be worthwhile for an independent group to do an assessment of the entire juvenile justice system to see how resources were used and how they might be used differently, or how new resources might be very beneficial. We then did the assessment in 2019 and reported it in 2020 with our observations and recommendations regarding the whole juvenile justice system. I don't know much about what happened on August 2nd. I have certainly read Atlee Riley's letter, but I have not seen the video or seen much in the way of documentary materials. The Department of Corrections, as noted in their press release and in other statements to the press, has asked me and my organization to go in and do a review of what happened. And I think that the focus, we certainly want to know what happened in more detail than has been available publicly. But I think more important, we want to know why it happened. Commissioner Liberty talked about a young person having some dispute with a staff person at the facility and then turning over a chair, or turning over a table and using one of the legs as a weapon. Generally, young people don't do things like that for no reason. They have some reason that makes sense to them. It may not be a reason that we all agree with, excuse me, but they have some reason. And generally, reviews and investigations of incidents like this start at the precipitating event. That is, they start when the child turned over the table and became aggressive. And what we are particularly interested in is what happened before that? What was going on? Why? What was it? What was the child thinking when they turned over that table, when the other young people got involved? So we think it's very important to listen to the voices of young people to find out what they say about what happened. Not because young people always tell the truth. They don't. Young people are known to exaggerate. They also may have an interest in ill will toward a staff member, and sometimes they don't tell the truth. It's also true that staff people in facilities sometimes exaggerate, and sometimes they have strong feelings about young people in the facility, and sometimes they don't always tell the truth. Our review would look at talking to a number of young people who were involved in these incidents and seeing what they have to say, and talking with the staff and seeing what they have to say, but mostly finding out what has happened that has allowed these kinds of incidents to occur. We made recommendations in 2017 that prone restraints were dangerous, potentially fatal, and they should not be used. Prone restraints were used on August 2nd. We're interested in what happened. Why were prone restraints used? And what went on to allow that to happen. That may involve questions of training of staff. That may involve other questions, including whether clinicians should have been there, since they are professionally trained to listen to people and understand their concerns. But our interest is finding out why these things happen. And I think most importantly, what is the path forward for Department of Corrections in order to address these underlying issues and make sure these kinds of incidents don't recur. Thank you.
Very good. And questions of Mr. Solo? We've been reading your reports, so I'm sure there are questions.
They're long reports.
Yes. Representative Warren, followed by Representative Morales, and then Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Solar, for being here today and for all the work that you've done in Maine. We appreciate it. The picture that you painted was very different of the youth than we heard this morning. And I think what we heard you say, that what you found was that over 50% of the census of youth that were there because there was, not because they presented any public safety risk, but because they had mental health struggles, but there was no other place for them to go. What constitutes the change from, as you know, my co-chair and I and other members of this committee served with you on the Juvenile Justice Task Force? What has changed the assessment levels? You heard my questions this morning to Commissioner, so I think you know what I'm talking about. I can clarify if you need me to.
No, I think I understand your question. Our assessment in 2017 and then our assessment in 2020 were based on based on data that was provided by state agencies. As part of our 2020 assessment, we engaged Drexel University Juvenile Justice Lab, Professor Naomi Goldstein and her colleagues, to look at data that was available on levels of risk and mental health care that young people at Long Creek had received. And they looked at the one of the screening instruments that is used to determine level of risk, which is called the YLS, the Youth Level of Services, which is a standard instrument that is used in the field, and it does have measures of level of risk. And according to the YLS scores of young people during the time period we looked, we have what we reported in our report, that there was a high level of young people who were not at the highest level of risk, but actually were at low or medium levels of risk. What has happened in this country in the last 18 months is that the pandemic occurred, and beginning in March of 2020, most jurisdictions around the country stopped holding as many young people in detention or commitment facilities, largely out of concern about transmission of the coronavirus. And so I work with the Annie Casey Foundation and other organizations literally looking at what other jurisdictions have done around the country. And what we find is that in many, many jurisdictions, they were able to cut the populations of their juvenile detention and commitment facilities by something in the order of 50%. And that was a combination of a number of things happening. People who controlled intake took a second look at young people who were being detained, and they generally felt that young people should not be detained during the pandemic unless they truly presented a danger to the community or a substantial risk of not appearing in court. They got the low-risk kids out of the facilities, and law enforcement agencies in many jurisdictions around the country really stopped arresting young people for low level or low risk offenses, gave them citations or resolved the issue in some other way. And so there was a very significant reduction in populations. As was reported earlier this morning, when you release or don't hold young people with low or medium levels of risk, you end up holding only young people with high levels of risk, young people with serious mental health concerns that may play out in violent behavior, or others who are truly dangerous to the community. And so I think that may not be the only reason, but that is likely the major reason why the population is so different today in Long Creek. population also today, I think, is less than half of what it was when we were there in 2017. So it's a smaller number of young people, and the ones who were there for the very low level offenses or really no offenses at all are not there. And so I think that is the likely explanation for what we see today and the differences that you cited earlier this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Morales?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Solar. Well, just to follow up quickly on that, the risk assessment is, do you know what tool they used? And can you address whether, what risk tool they used and whether the offense itself equals the public safety risk?
That's a great question. And, you know, there are actually two instruments that are used to determine risk. There is an initial instrument that is used to determine risk of reoffending and risk of failing to appear in court when a young person is arrested. And that's usually called a detention screening instrument, or sometimes called a risk assessment instrument. But it's really a screen designed to be done very quickly to determine whether the child is high risk, medium risk, or low risk for committing another offense before disposition or not appearing in court. Once a child is involved in the system, then the youth level of services is a different kind of screening. It is much more involved. There's much more information that goes into it. It has been validated in many research studies and provides very valuable information about the level of risk and the kinds of services that the child needs. The goal of all this is to help these children be able to exit incarceration with a plan for proceeding to become productive members of our community. All these young people are coming back to our communities, and we want them better equipped to live law-abiding lifestyles and to not get in trouble again. So I'm not sure I answered all of your question, but please let me know what else you want me to say.
No, absolutely. And my sense is that you didn't look at the risk tool they used. You don't know what tool they used to come up with the 80%, or did you say you did? I'm sorry.
I don't know. I haven't seen that data. That's part of what we would be asking for in a review.
Right, great. And you know, my next question is really around, you know, the commissioner was talking about this incident being an anomaly. And, you know, in preparing for today, I've taken a look sort of at the history, and I've been looking at juvenile justice for quite some time. I've been involved in diversion programs since the early 2000s. Around the time that Long Creek Youth Development Center was opened in 2002, we were looking at diversion programs and restorative justice models. I founded the Maine Youth Court. You know, those kinds of things I've been involved with for quite some time. And I was looking at the history of Long Creek, and that there have been incidences of violence all throughout its history. And, you know, I even saw that you were brought in 2006 to address something, and I had not known that. So you've been involved with this institution and others for a long time. And my question really is about, you know, what does the research say about the impact of being in an environment like Long Creek? And I have seen the cells where the students sleep. I have played ultimate Frisbee on the fields with them behind in the recreational fields. You know, what does it do to a child who has experienced some of the trauma these guys have experienced? And, you know, does this model limit the ability of a place like Long Creek to serve the purposes of the rehabilitation purposes that our code requires?
I think the research shows that large detention or correctional facilities are not especially conducive to rehabilitation of young people who are having troubles. We know from research that between 30% and 70% of young people who come into the juvenile justice system have a diagnosable mental health disorder. That may be a very serious disorder, or it may be less serious, but the young people are coming in, they have mental health problems. Very often we find that confinement in a secure facility, and I'm speaking generally now, that confinement in a juvenile facility can exacerbate their mental health problems. And it's not hard to see why. There is regimentation, there is strict discipline, there is the need for careful review and supervision of young people in order to protect those young people, in order to protect other young people in the facility, and in order to protect staff. There are unquestionably some dangerous young people in the world, and there are some young people in Maine who have committed very serious crimes. That is not to be a trifle. That is a serious consideration, and those young people need to be held accountable. And at least for some period of time, they need to be removed from the community until they can get the right kinds of services and resources that they need. At the same time, that number is probably pretty small. And even of the, as the commissioner said, out of the 21 who are there, 20 are detained. So 20 have not been adjudicated by any court of any offense. And a substantial number, something like a third of the population there, could be released if the appropriate mental health services were available in the community. So I think we need to understand who the young people are who are coming in. Many of the young people coming in have lived lives in worlds of complex trauma. That means repeated, regular trauma from multiple sources, either in domestic violence or community violence, or the absence of employment opportunities in their community or in their family, or inadequate housing, or having to move, or a whole variety of things. And then there's also physical, emotional, sexual abuse that a number of young people have experienced. So they come in, and many of them have been traumatized for long periods of time in their lives. In a strict environment such as Long Creek, that can be very difficult for young people who have been traumatized to deal with. And so in operating a facility like Long Creek, we have to be aware of what the children bring when they come in. And staff need to be trained in order to address the kinds of behaviors that young people will exhibit when they're there. Staff need to be trained how to de-escalate potential conflict situations so that they don't lead to physical problems. And the staff need to be comfortable that they can handle disturbances when they occur. That we find is one of the biggest problems. For facilities that have used restraints, chemical restraints, physical restraints, or isolation, which is a different kind of restraint, for facilities that have relied on those strategies, the staff often say, when someone comes and says, you really need to reduce your use of those. You really need to stop using isolation so much. You need to not use chemical restraints. They often say, if we can't use them, what can we use? And there are actually very good answers to that. There are some very good training practices and trainings that are available. One that we like very much is safe crisis management, which we've mentioned in both of our reports. We've seen that work. We've seen it have a tremendous beneficial effect in a number of jurisdictions around the country for staff training. It trains on how to physically control young people in conflict situations, but the majority of the training is about talking down young people from conflict situations, and we find it's very effective. There are other trainings available, but I'm afraid many of them focus on the physical controls, and the de-escalation training is the afterthought. Safe crisis management has it as the main. It's more than half of the training is on a de-escalation. There are other issues that are very important besides training. One is the level of staffing in the facility, and that was mentioned, and a number of members of this committee had questions about the staffing. We have found, and we currently work in about 15 jurisdictions around the country, we have found that the staffing issues are very, very common around the country. The pandemic has made it very difficult to maintain juvenile facilities as well as adult facilities at full staffing. Many staff have contracted the coronavirus and are out for that. Many staff are sick, and it may be the coronavirus or it may be something else related to that. Many people don't want to go into a closed facility where there are some people who may carry the virus or who have not been fully vaccinated. And so they don't want to come and work in juvenile corrections or in adult corrections. And so it's been very, very difficult. And I can tell you in jurisdictions I work in, the lack of staffing in many of them has been very, very serious and led to disturbances. So I think we should not in any way discount the concern that Commissioner Liberty mentioned about the level of staffing. And we find when there is a low level of staffing in the facility that these disturbances can occur more frequently because the staff who work there may be working double shifts or in some places even triple shifts. They do not have the patience to spend a lot of time talking to young people who are antagonizing others and creating a disturbance. Working in a juvenile facility is a very difficult job to do well. To me, it's the equivalent of the other two jobs in our country that are very hard to do well, that is being a law enforcement officer and being a public school teacher. That lots of people can do those jobs, but doing them well is very, very difficult. And it's hard to do that job in a facility like Long Creek for 8 hours. It's almost impossible to do well for 16 hours or for 24 hours. So staffing is very important. Another thing that's very important is how clinicians are used. Clinicians are trained to listen. That is their most important strategy, that they're trained through their professional education. And we feel that when these disturbances begin, there should be an effort to bring clinicians in very early because the clinicians generally know the young people. They've talked to them either in groups or in individual counseling sessions. And the clinicians are professionals in talking to the young people and waiting and listening for the young people to talk about what their concerns are so they can find out what's going on and ultimately how to solve their concerns in a way that is consistent with safety in the facility and with the mission of the facility. So the clinicians are very important. The behavior management program is very important. A behavior management program should have a major influence on the behavior of young people. That is, the behavior management program should reward young people for doing good behavior, and it should sanction young people for breaking the rules. Sanctioning young people does not necessarily mean putting them in isolation. There are plenty of other ways to apply sanctions to young people in the facility, particularly by withdrawing the incentives, by withdrawing the rewards. Many facilities in the living units have movies at night, sometimes pizza parties on a Saturday night. It's a treat for the unit when the people in the unit have behaved well during the week and they get that kind of treat. Not allowing the staff, not allowing the young people to participate is a sanction, and often a sanction that they care deeply about. And one other thing I'd mention is the grievance system in a facility. The grievance system is the pressure release valve for young people in the system. If they have concerns about something or they feel that someone is violating someone's rights or doing something that is dangerous or counterproductive, they should be able to file a confidential grievance, which is not seen by the staff who is the subject of the grievance, but is seen by supervisors and administrators who can take some action to investigate. The young people ought to be able to feel that there has been an investigation of their grievance and that some resolution has occurred, including that an investigation found they were incorrect in what they thought happened. There may be more facts that are relevant. But if young people think that they have no way of getting their concerns known to the staff, then they're going to resort to other ways of getting attention to their concerns. So that was a long answer to your question, but I hope I answered what you were looking for.
You did, and then some. Thank you so much.
Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Solo, for being here today. And I appreciate the comments I've heard thus far. Now, if I'm correct, you've been involved in a study or assessment there at Long Creek in 2016, and was it 2019 or 2020 that you did another one?
We did the research during 2019. We prepared our report and presented it to the State Juvenile Justice Task Force in 2020.
Okay, in 2020. And I guess my first question would be to you, from 2016, looking back and then moving forward to 2020 of the same facility, did you see any improvement in de-escalation technique from the staff in the facility from the report you did in 2016 to 2020?
The report we did that we reported in 2020 was not the same kind of assessment that we did in 2016 and reported in 2017. In 2016 and 2017, we did a very, very comprehensive, detailed report that was based on the JDAI standards for juvenile facilities. In 2019 and 2020, our task was to look very broadly at the juvenile justice system in the state of Maine and to understand ways in which it worked, and then make recommendations as to how it might work in a more effective way, in ways that were more consistent with the mission of the Division of Youth Services within the Department of Corrections and with other state agencies and with juvenile justice systems generally around the country. So one answer to your question is that we didn't do exactly the same kind of assessment. At the same time, the Department of Corrections has made a number of improvements and has certainly since our report in 2020 has made a number of changes. Commissioner Liberty spoke about a number of them. The department has issued both a report on the last year and a half and has also issued a plan for 2021 and 2022. And that includes a number of their plans, and that includes opening the steps and the bearings programs and putting money directly into the community, as Commissioner Liberty talked about, and in other ways, getting as many young people out of Long Creek as is possible. There is always going to be a need for some level of secure care in the state of Maine. Most jurisdictions now are moving toward a model that has small, secure facilities, not large facilities like Long Creek. And so we support the movement by the Department of Corrections to get as many young people out of Long Creek as they can, and then to develop small, secure facilities that can take the rest of the population out of Long Creek.
Thank you for that. And did you, in the 2019, 2020, was there a I guess a part of that, did you see that there had been any type of behavior management program that had been put in place at the facility at that time? Were you looking for anything like that?
Well, again, we didn't look deeply at the operations of Long Creek at that time, but I believe there has been a revised behavior management program that has been put into place.
Okay. And lastly, sir, I know earlier on when I was talking and speaking and asking questions to Attorney Riley, we were talking about in specific not the August 2nd or August 20th situation that happened at Long Creek, but the September 15th one. We was talking about a situation such as that, not in detail, because I know the commissioner was not able to give us a lot of detail because it's an open investigation, and I understand that. So just looking at a situation similar to that, and I had asked him the question about would you have, if you were in that situation, and it became a situation where you were being threatened with as in this case it was deadly force, or could potentially be deadly force, legs of tables and so on and so forth. And would you feel that would be the correct place to have somebody from the mental health field, a mental health clinician, in there, in that room with you at that same time happening, for purposes of de-escalation. And I think there was even said by Attorney Riley that that clinician might even be able to take somebody off to the side and try to talk with them right there at that particular time. My question to you is, if I tried to follow that through from a law enforcement standpoint, I have 40 years in law enforcement, and I tried to look at that, and my job in a situation like that would be to protect, to make sure I did everything I could do to control the situation without doing the least amount of hands-on, that kind of stuff with the person involved, and for their safety, and make sure I could do it in a way I could get them safely and not have to do something physical that they may get hurt in the process, but yet in order to affect the job. But to have another person in there, and when you're in there and facing that kind of a situation, to have another person like a clinician in there and trying to de-escalate and do that kind of stuff when it's already raised to that level, I see that in my own mind. I see it as problematic for the safety of the clinician that is in there at that time, because it probably has gone beyond the de-escalation at that point, at least in my mind. So if you could just speak generally to that, what your thoughts are on something like that.
Yes. First of all, I think your approach is right. That is to use, exhaust other alternatives before using any kind of force. I think we have to recognize that every incident is different. We may put them in categories and say there were disturbances or there were group disturbances, but the truth is everyone is different. I don't know anything about any of the incidents that occurred other than the August 2nd incident, and what I know largely comes from the letter from Disability Rights Maine. But I would have a lot of questions about that incident and all the others, and I will answer your question about the clinician. As I said before, I would want to know what happened before. What happened before the precipitating events? What was the relationship between the staff and the young people there? We generally find that when young people are occupied in programming, either in school or in structured activities in facilities, they are much, much less likely to get involved in any kind of problem. What were the young people doing at the table? Were they engaged in an activity with the staff? What did the staff know? What kind of relationship did the staff have with those young people? You know, teachers who teach our children every day know a lot about our children and know about what they're like and how they're likely to react in given situations. And staff that are in juvenile facilities, it's even more of a compressed relationship in that secure environment. I would want to know what relationship the staff had, what they knew about the young people. Had there been pre-existing gripes or tension between two young people on the unit or between the staff and the young people on a unit? All of these things are very, very important. And of course, the physical environment is also very important. I have not seen the video of the August 2nd situation. I think that your concern is well-founded if we were talking about a very cramped physical space and sort of someone squeezing in when a young person is occupying most of the space and holding the leg of a table. That's a dangerous situation. In those kind of situations, sometimes you can talk through the door, but I wouldn't be in favor of anything that would put a clinician at risk. At the same time, my wife is a clinical psychologist, and she has worked in correctional facilities for the last 25 years. And she is 4'10" and is thin and doesn't have any training in martial arts at all. And she has never been afraid to go in and talk to an inmate, either in a jail where she worked in or in a variety of juvenile facilities. I have been going into juvenile facilities for the last 43 years, all over the country. And when I go in and do an assessment of a facility, I usually ask to go to the deep end of the facility first and talk to the young people who are having the most trouble to go in. I've never felt in any way, in any sense of danger from that. Most of the young people who are in our facilities are very interested in having adults listen to them. For many of them, as Atlee mentioned, the systems in their lives and many of the adults in their lives have failed them. and they are looking for adults who will pay attention to them, who will listen actively, who will work with them to try to help them to improve themselves and improve their station in life. So I think the answer is that if it's not a cramped physical place where someone would be in physical harm, but there's room to be in the physical space and to talk calmly and quietly with the young people, I would be in favor of having a clinician talk to them for frankly as long as it takes for them to calm down. And it may take 15 minutes and it may take 2 hours, but whatever amount of time I think we can spend without getting into physical confrontations where someone could get hurt, that I think is what is very desirable.
And I appreciate that, sir. And throwing another curveball at you, I'm not trying to do that, but in a situation where that same thing is going on, but at the same time, there's also been mass destruction of a facility already been done and in the process of being done. There are some times where you have to act immediately rather than to trying to de-escalate. Would you agree on that?
Yes. I think we do have to try to stop property damage, but in many of these situations, the property damage occurs immediately, right at the very beginning, and the young people have acted in the way they do for reasons that we don't know now, and we may not know at the time. And what we're dealing with then is they have vented their anger, and then the question is, what happens next? And what we hope is that what happens next is not some violent physical confrontation between the young people and the staff. What happens next is that a clinician or a very well-trained staff or a supervisor or an administrator with a lot of experience will come in and say, okay, we've seen how you've behaved. Why don't you tell us what the problem is? What are you really upset about? Was it something that you heard from home? Is it something that you have a beef with someone another young person or a staff in the facility? Do you think someone disrespected you in an important way and you felt the need to draw attention? There can be 1,000 reasons why young people will behave in that way. Let's find out why, because only by finding out why are we going to be able to take steps that will make it possible to avoid these kinds of situations in the future.
Thank you very much, because I just wanted to take what little bit I know about the situation and just kind of look at it in several different directions to get a feel for how it could be taken care of at different things. And you've been very helpful in it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Representative Lookner, I just want to follow up one question to Mr. Sola about that. I'm looking at which one was this? Oh, well, it was the 2017. Maybe it has changed. On page 56, by policy, staff do not contact mental health clinicians at the facility to intervene directly in confrontation situations, even though they are trained to work with youth in crisis. I did not know that. It is by policy. In other words, the sergeant of security could not call in a clinician. Do you know if that is still a policy?
I don't know if that is still a policy. It was a policy in 2017.
Okay. That's a good question.
We recommended a change in that policy.
Okay. I'm looking at Ms. Overton, maybe we'll find out. I think I'm concerned about that. It either is or isn't. It's interesting if it's a policy and you're a sergeant in charge of security in a confrontational situation, that you, even if you wanted to call a clinician, you could not. So let's check that. Go ahead, Mr. Sola, you were going to say something.
Yes, I think if you're there on the scene, then you need to take what action is appropriate and necessary to address the issues there. But if it is still policy not to call in clinicians, then I would want to talk to the administrators at Long Creek and others in the Department of Corrections about why that was still a policy.
That's what we want to know. Thank you. I'm not sure. All right, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Solar, for all your work over the years, dating back to 2006, at which point I was certainly not involved in this effort. So I've got a few questions. So in the report from 2020, some of the conclusions are that we need more individualized care for youth who are adjudicated, and we also need to ultimately remove all the youth from Long Creek. Is that because it was your conclusion that in institutional settings, it increases the likelihood of escalation and the potential for violence, and therefore further harm to the youth that held at an institution like that?
It was because of our experience that in large correctional or detention facilities, it is difficult to provide the individualized care that many young people need. The size of the facility makes it difficult. Doesn't make it impossible. There are facilities that provide good mental health treatment, but it is difficult. And certainly the trend in the country and the research literature confirms that young people are generally better off in smaller facilities, even if they are secure facilities. So the young people cannot be a danger to the community or to other people. But in small facilities, they lend themselves to much more individualized conversations, much more individualized assessments of the young people, and much more individualized responses to their behavior. You know, young people are always going to engage in provocative behavior. They're always going to challenge authority. That's a normal part of adolescence. I would venture to say that every member of this committee, when they were an adolescent, did something to challenge authority. It is normative. The problem is when it happens in a secure facility, we have concerns because of whether it constitutes a security threat or a danger to the youth or other youth or to the staff. And so our experience is that in smaller secure facilities, there's a much better likelihood that the young people will get the kind of services, resources, planning, and evaluations that they need in order to get them the kind of interventions and then get them out and back into their home communities. And they may be under supervision in their communities. That will be helpful. They may get community-based treatment. That's more desirable than keeping them locked up, as long as we don't jeopardize public safety.
Gotcha. So one of the things that we were able to ascertain was that during one of the incidents in August, one of the young people held at Long Creek began engaging in self-harming behavior during, and maybe perhaps, I guess, in part because of, and you know, how can we attribute causality to a situation like that? But when there was like this escalated environment, this child began engaging in self-harming behavior. So it just seems to me like these sorts of opportunities for escalation aren't present in smaller, more individualized settings. Would you say that's accurate?
Yes, I think in small settings, the staff get to know the young people better and get to know them more and are more closely attuned to communicating with them in effective ways. And I think that has a beneficial effect.
Terrific, thanks. And then the last thing I want to ask, you know, since, you know, the Center for Children's Law and Policy has been involved with Maine DOC on a number of previous occasions, and we've, you know, come out with these tremendous, very insightful and informative reports. What will be different this time around? How do we think that, you know, CCLP's input this time around is really going to get the message home that ultimately we must heed the advice of experts?
Yes, this report is not going to be a replication of the 2017 assessment. We're not going to go through all of the JDAI standards. This is also not going to be a replication of the 2020 assessment because we're not looking at the entire system. What we are going to do is build on our observations and understandings from doing those reports in order to look at these incidents that have occurred in the last several weeks. And first of all, understand what happened in much more detail than we've been able to see. When there is self-harming behavior, I have a lot of questions I would want to know about that. What was the information that was available to the staff and administrators in the facility? What was the type of self-harming behavior? What was the history of this young person in terms of self-harming behavior? How imminent was the threat of actually harming themselves? And those are just the beginning questions, and there are always follow-up questions. What will be different in this review that we're going to do is, as I said earlier, not just what happened, but why did it happen? If there were changes recommended in the 2017 report and in the 2020 report that were not implemented, how might that lack of implementation relate to the occurrence of these disturbances? Were there things that could have been changed, should have been changed, that were not changed, that contribute to these incidents? And this is not a gotcha report. We're not looking to point fingers. We're not an investigative authority. What we want to do is understand what's going on at Long Creek that has made it possible for these incidents to occur, and what needs to be done now to ensure that they don't continue.
Great, thank you very much, and I look forward to that review.
Thank you. Just to give a look-see here, for Mr. Solar, if we have Representative Renecki as the last one right now, I will then, after Mr. Solar speaks, I will ask my co-chair if she wishes to make some ending comments about today. And as you know, when we asked for more data or documents and we received those, we as a committee will decide what to do next. People are wondering what's the next step. I think next step is this weekend, just let it all work in your head and come out with what you would like to have done further. So Renecki, and I will end with the other hand, which is Senator Stairway, and then we'll proceed. And thank you again, Mr. Solar. Representative Renecki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Solar, I've been listening intently to a lot of what you had to say, and actually Representative Pickett asked quite a few of the questions that I had, but a couple of things that I've been going over your report too as we're listening from the 2017 report. And based on what the commissioner had said earlier today, and based on what your report from 2017 said about volunteers and the fact that they have been limited over the last 18 months on volunteers being allowed into the facility because of COVID. Do you think, based on what you've done for studying the youth centers over the years, do you think that that definitely has an impact on things like the incidents that we've had where basically they're bored or they're, need more activities to do, even though I know that their staff are doing some of it, but do you feel like that's part of it?
I certainly do, and I thank you for the question. The COVID pandemic has made it very difficult, if not impossible, for volunteers to go into juvenile facilities all over the country. In the other jurisdictions that we work in, we and my colleagues and I at the Center for Children's Law and Policy, we have seen this problem that generally young people are out of their rooms for about 16 hours a day, 16 or 17 hours a day. They may be in school for 5 or 6 hours a day, although COVID has created some issues with that in some facilities. Then they have a lot of extra time. And some of that time is usually taken up with structured activities from the staff. Sometimes there are group get-togethers, there may be group therapy going on, there's recreation, there's going to the gym, there's other activities like that, but it still leaves a lot of time. And we feel that that time, especially after school, from mid-afternoon until dinner or just after dinner, is a time when young people, they're sort of getting restless, they're waiting to eat, they've had a long day already. That's a perfect time to provide them with enhancement programming. having volunteers come in from the community to engage them in activities, having artists or poets or business people from the community to talk about things that may be helpful to the young people. It's wonderful to have employers from the community come in and talk to the young people about how to apply for a job. Many of them don't know, and they're going to need to know how to apply for a job. It's a wonderful time for health education, for health professionals to come in and talk to the young people about how to keep themselves safe in a variety of circumstances. So we strongly favor having a very robust program of volunteers coming into the facility. The volunteers are not responsible for keeping security in the facility. They are responsible for coming in and bringing enhancement activities. But those are very valuable. They are valuable at Long Creek, and the fact that they have not been able to come in has been another negative consequence of the pandemic virus, and it is affecting jurisdictions all over the country.
Thank you. So another question that I have that I noticed that you have, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that you are advocating smaller facilities and smaller, smaller secure facilities. My question around smaller secure facilities is they are usually in some sort of a neighborhood, is my assumption. And can we be assured that to keep the community safe and the residents of those facilities safe, and do the smaller facilities have kids that they have their own teachers, or do they go into the high schools, which then basically affects those districts? How does that definitely work within like this? Because what Commissioner Liberty had given us for numbers earlier, I mean, we are talking some of these youths are incarcerated for some very serious offenses that I honestly would not want them living next door to me. And I'm sure that many of us here would not want them living next door, between arsonists and all these assaults and everything else that we have. These to me seem like they are very, they're very critical. Their convictions are not lightly. These are not shoplifters to move next door to somebody. These are, they are criminals. And I'm concerned about, smaller facilities in neighborhoods. Can you elaborate a little bit on how that works and what you have seen?
Yes. And there's some backfeed here. There are a variety of kind of small secure facilities that I have seen. Some of them are in residential neighborhoods. New York City has done a very good job of closing, or New York State has done a very good job of closing its large juvenile facilities, which were largely warehouses where there were many abuses going on, and relocating those young people into small, secure and non-secure facilities in the boroughs of New York City. And I have visited a number of those programs. And one of them, frankly, was in a residential neighborhood. And frankly, looking from the outside, you would not be able to tell that that facility was any different from all the other homes in the neighborhood. And responding to your concern, I think when there are these kinds of facilities that are set up in neighborhoods, the neighbors do have concerns about them. And it requires a lot of interaction between the government authority, which is going to set up this facility, and the neighborhood and the community leaders, opportunities for people in the community to talk about their concerns. I think that's a very important part of the process that would be an important part of the process here in Maine. I have seen small facilities that in Missouri that have been set up in repurposed elementary schools, repurposed facilities in national parks, all kinds of facilities that already existed where there were some modifications to the facility, but the young people were there, and these are secure facilities. The young people can't leave. There's a locked door. I've also seen facilities a state like Utah, where the facilities generally are not in neighborhoods, they're not in densely populated areas, they're more in rural areas, more like the northern half of Maine, where there are small programs, they are regional programs, they are secure. There's a lock on the door, the young people cannot get out, but they're there. And if there are young people charged with very serious offenses, as you're talking about, from anywhere in the region, they can be detained or even sometimes committed to the small secure facilities that are there. So I think it is disconcerting for people who live in a neighborhood when there is going to be, or live in a community, it could be a rural community or a suburban community, when there is going to be a small secure facility in their neighborhood. I don't think that the security of the community and the development of the program are inconsistent at all. That we have lots of examples now of small programs like that around the country that are completely secure. They are not a threat to the community, but the important thing I think is to hear the voices of community members about what their concerns are and to make sure that their concerns are alleviated. But I don't have concerns about the young people escaping from secure facilities. The locks are there and they can't get out.
Thank you.
Representative Bernecki, that would be a question we would ask Commissioner Randall at some point down the road. I mean, really, because he'll have to answer those questions to the city councils of what kind of a quote group home or facility will be there. But I have heard him talk about egress, how to get into the building, how to get out. It's not going to be buy a duplex and put 4 bedrooms in there. So we'll hear from him on that. So Senator Seaway, and I think we'll wrap up with that. Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is kind of a question to you, just in protocol and how we're going to be going from here. I just wonder what for the next time, and also if we're going to be doing any investigative stuff, wouldn't that come under government oversight instead of our committee?
Thank you, Senator Serway. I don't want to speak for my co-chair. She can join in. Some people have come to me and asked me about government oversight. I personally am not jumping at that. Right now, government oversight is working with DHS for the recent deaths of young children. So it's up to us, really. I don't know if we're going to have a Zoom or just do it on email, but let's get the data we asked for, the documents, look at that, and go from there. I think some people may want to do independently some bills, which are due today at 3 o'clock, but there's always the Legislative Council. Representative Warren, do you want to add to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree with you. I think what you said earlier was we were going to need some time over the weekend to sort of just take in everything we've heard today. I think I would like that time before Senator DeChambeau and I get back together and navigate a way forward. I think we learned some things today, some additional things that we didn't even know needed to be fixed. At least from my perspective, I learned some things that we also need to bring in to the puzzle. So I need time to sort of process all the information that we've been given today, and time to circle back. What I do know that I wanted to do was thank Senator DeChambeau for doing a wonderful job chairing this meeting today. I wanted to thank all of you committee members for devoting 4 hours on your Friday to be here and really dig in and do this work. It's so important. And I want to thank Commissioner Liberty, Director Solar, Attorney Riley, and I know Anna Black has been here with us also from the DOC since this morning. So I just want to thank everybody for making this a priority on your Friday, and spending time doing this work. And I think that the Department of Health and Human Services is a missing link here. And I think we need to ask them to find some time for us. And that's another thing that I'd like to talk to my co-chair about. But again, I'd like to spend some time looking at the pages and pages and pages of notes I took today, and try to put together this new information and talk to Senator DeChambeau about what our next steps are. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Maybe next time to include juvenile probation of how they do their risk assessments, because that's what was talked about before arrested and brought into the system.
That's a great suggestion, Senator. Thank you.
To follow up on that, there are assessments and there are assessments. So
Right.
I do those. Mr. Solo, when is your report due, or when can you anticipate? I thought I heard within 30 days or what have you, but this latest report that DOC is asking of you, when would that be available?
We have talked with DOC about myself and two of my colleagues going into Long Creek on October 5th and 6th to spend the day there, spend the 2 days there talking with young people. We have asked them to provide us with all the relevant documentary materials, including access to the videos of all the incidents before we go in. And then I would expect their report to be available within 30 days after that.
After that, great, thank you. That's another component we'll be looking at before we come back to session in January. So that's very good. I have had brief discussions with the commissioner and with Representative Warren. We will have a time frame with the commissioner so we can follow up and he can apprise us of what progress they're making. So I think we're on a roll. We're solid in this. We want to come to some resolve. And yes, we will have a report. Remember, that's a DOC report specific to this. So we'll have good recommendations to go forward. So I wish to close, but I have Mr. Representative Pickett, and then that will be the last comment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just, on behalf of my caucus, I want to thank Mr. Solar, Attorney Riley, the Commissioner. I think we have dug into a lot of different things today, and I hope that that all of us have learned some different things and some different ways of maybe looking at this whole situation, and can move together toward working together in a way that we can come to a resolve that's going to have some bipartisan support if needed, if there is any legislation comes out of it or whatever the case may be. And but thank you also, Senator. I think you have run a very good meeting today, and very thankful for that. And looking forward to what we have ahead of us down the road. We got a lot of work to do, and we gotta try to find some way to begin to get that sense of working together again, going forward. Thank you very much.
One thing, someone had mentioned, Representative Renecki has on her own visited. I did speak with the commissioner, spoke with Representative Warren afterwards, that some of you, Representative Pluker, had asked, let's go in there. And the commissioner's response was anytime. So We will have maybe an email go out. I think it already has gone out asking availability. Normally, we do that in January of the beginning of the session. We didn't do it because of COVID. I still plan to work with Representative Warren in January. We have to visit Maine State Prison, Bolduc Correctional Facility, the female facility, and Mountain View. So if we can get Lawn Creek out of the way before that, that would help. So everybody in favor?
The folks at Maine State Police really do want us to have the opportunity to come to the crime lab again. I know our new members haven't had an opportunity to do that. So we've got a few tours to get scheduled.
Okay, good, good. So everybody in favor of going to Lawn Creek in the next, this month coming up, come on, as soon as possible. Good, we shall do that. Well, I applaud all of you. I thank you for making my job here easier. Also, I said a prayer last night, so God, thank you. Anyways, nice to see you all. We'll see you, I guess, the next time. Yeah, bye-bye. Again, thank you, Mr. Solo.